Hello, hello, hello. Another tier list has hit the YouTube servers. Oh, what is with these tier lists, dude? This one's crazy though. To be fair, made by Yoda. He knows a thing or two about the game, so his opinion's pretty valid. But still, like, come on. B. And like I know like if you think about it, if you heard like rankings and you heard B, you'd think, oh, B's not too bad. But in this tier list format, B's the lowest. Uh, this tier list is a joke. No, I don't think it is a joke. It was made by Yoda, and he's like one of the top M plus players in the world, So he knows a thing or two about M plus. This is M plus. I'm pretty sure this doesn't include raid and stuff. But I don't know. I disagree. I don't know. I disagree with this. Not just because I play Windwalker, right? Like, if you asked me 2 weeks ago, back when Conduit the Celestials was absolutely horrendous, then maybe I put this in like the lowest bracket. But this video is like 3 days old or something, maybe 4 days old since the conduit changes have been out basically since then. I don't know, crazy to me, absolutely crazy stuff. I definitely wouldn't say we're the worst DPS in the game right now in M+. I think that's a little bit much. Like, I think if it was in like A tier with like the other, let me get up the tier list, with like the other like shitter DPS specs, I suppose. Like putting Warrior above, come on, man, you can't do that. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I love Windwalker and want more than anything for it to be S, but unfortunately we're still going to be mid. The thing is, mid's fine. Like, I think we're mid right now, right? We're never going to be S plus and M plus. Like, let's get real. Like, it's just not a thing unless they do something crazy. Maybe in Midnight, for instance, maybe they like shift things up a little bit. But we are not the. I refuse. We are not the worst DPS spec in the game right now. I have seen some things. I call BS on this. If I was like to accurately put us somewhere here, just moving Windwalker, because I don't give a fuck about tier lists. Also, tier lists, oh man, tier lists are so... They're good content, right? Tier lists are like really good farming content. But like to the average player, right, who's maybe like thinking about what spec to play and stuff, people will watch tier list videos and they will get completely like... They'll see a spec like B, like Windwalker, right? Like, this is the bottom DPS according to this list, and they'll think, right, well, I'm not going to play Windwalker then. Windwalker's going to suck this tier. But, like, no. Anyway, so I saw this and I was like, fuck this shit. So this is my hit list. This little tier list here. We're gonna do some dungeons. Any DPS that I beat gets a massive fucking X across them, because that means they're worse. And slowly but surely, we're gonna complete this hit list, and eventually we will be over here. Wow, that's pretty cool, right? S plus. That's gonna be amazing. The main target is this bozo over here. This little fucking... Now, obviously, this isn't just damage, right? But like, let's be real. This isn't just damage. This is like, this will be like including things like how these specs are going to do in dungeons, right? So like DK will do good damage, but it's also got such good utility at the moment that it's going to be like useful in certain situations on dungeons. Certain pools are going to be really good for it, like a basically voiding mechanics. Think of Priory, for instance. DK is really good on Priory because at higher keystone levels it can completely negate some of the like hard mechanics on. Like the second boss is a great example of this. They just pop AMS. I don't know if they can still do that. Didn't AMS get nerfed? Anyway, moving on. They could basically season 2. They could pop AMS, yeah, and completely negate the entire mechanic of that part of the fight, right? Also, I don't know why my chat's not working. Fuck. Does it work on the main screen? No. Oh well, unlucky. I mean, I can see it, but it's not visually showing up, which is a little bit annoying. It means my OBS has cooked itself, but I'll sort that out for next stream. Don't worry about it too much. You all know that you're here and typing. I all know that you're here and typing and chatting and chilling. I can read the messages. That's what's important, right? This right here is content. Content. Saying this is bullshit on a tier list. I mean, yeah, I agree. I don't know. Like, I try to look at this as like not a damage thing. So for instance, if I'm trying to work out why you'd put Warrior above Windwalker, right? My only thought would be, okay, he's put Warrior above Windwalker for the sole basis that these guys are going to be good in the physical comp, right? Like these little bozos, their damage, fucking dog shit because they're warriors, right? They can't do anything in M+. But they might actually have a useful spot in like a physical comp that runs Brewmaster, for instance. I don't know, then run some sort of healer, maybe like Resto Druid, and then they take a warrior, right? So that's like trying to look at it from that perspective. But then I think to myself, fuck it, I'm not going to look at it from that perspective. We're going full for damage. If you do more damage, you're better. So that's the way we're looking at this. Completely wrong way to look at these things, but that's how we're going to look at it today. What does the most damage? Because there is the argument that our utility is pretty meh. Like, don't get me wrong, like things like Ring of Peace are good, Paralysis, useful, Tiger's Lust, okay, you know, we got good mobility. But it always does come back to the arguments of we don't have an AMS, right? We have Mystic Touch, which is decent, but it's looking like a Brewmaster tier potentially. Like there's a lot of like fingers pointing towards this being your Mystic Touch buff. So that's why Brewmaster's so high up. Also, it does tons of damage, right? Tons of juicy damage. You know, things like Rogues, for instance, reduce damage that you take. They have Stealth, which means you can do skips without having to waste a pot. Pretty useful. Warlocks, Hellstones, we like those. Portals, we like those. Havoc Demon Hunters in general. They've got a pretty strong thing with Chaos Brand, you know? So, like, I guarantee this takes all this into account, but I'm tunnel visioning this and saying that that Yoda said that we're bottom DPS. So, completely wrong take, but that's the take we're going for today. You say that I'm the worst DPS? Right. Let's take some names, I think. Also, thank you for the sub, the Prime being as Forest. Appreciate it. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you so much. Is one hero tree looking better than the other, or is it content fight dependent? So, this is the thing, right? I think it's right now. Let's say live servers went live right now. Right here, right now. Right here. Right. Okay. Let's say live servers went right now, and they weren't buggy. Our tier sets weren't buggy, so Shadowpan's actually working correctly. Conduit is so far ahead of it, it's like not even close. You probably wouldn't run Shadowpan in any content. In M+, I don't even think you'd run Shadowpan. Like, initially, the thought was that Shadowpan would be pretty decent on some raid bosses, and I did a lot of testing for that when I was doing, like, mythic testing, heroic testing. But then they reverted Conduit back to its, like, original form, where you get all the haste, you got these 18-second little burst windows that are, like, really good. I think, like, I don't know. I think it would have to be a very specific fight in a raid for Shadowpan to be best. It's something that, like the only one I can really think that would be amazing for it. Like, because initially I thought Forge Reaver Araz would be really good for it. But actually, I played Conduit on this boss during testing, and actually it was pretty damn good. And that was before the changes, right? The only one I could see being potentially better maybe is something like Soulbinder Nazindri, and that's literally only because it lines up so nicely with 2-minute cooldowns. Like, all the ads spawn at 2 minutes, right? And then you can stack up all your Flurry Strikes, and you get this massive burst window going off, Crackling Jade Lightning, 20 stacks, yada yada. It's like a perfect fight that lines up for it, in my opinion. So, but even then, like, seeing as now that we can do these little massive mini burst windows, am I actually going to be able to get more off from going Conduit? I pop my 1 minute 30s to do massive damage. 30 seconds later, I should have these two abilities back up, so I basically essentially get this mini massive burst window anyway. It's difficult to tell because we weren't able to test it in this current state. But you can see from my like hesitation and stuff, I'm like really skeptical that Conduit is going to lose anywhere to Shadowpan. And I think that sucks. I'd love for it to be competitive, because that's what Season 2 was, right? Season 2, you could play whatever in M+, and you weren't really trolling. It was pretty fun to go. You could do like... You could play Shadowpan and Theatre of Pain, right, and have a good time. You could play Conduit and Theatre of Pain and also have a good time. And like, it wasn't like too bad. In Raid, it was a little bit different, but it was like they weren't too far off of each other on certain fights. But I think in their current iterations, if they both go live how they are, Shadowpan just doesn't stand a chance. It's for multiple reasons. I think it's already, like, you're playing, like, this mini game within a mini game, right? Where you're having to track, like, 3 different weak auras. You're having to, like, make sure that you get the setup perfectly, stuff like that. On top of that, I feel like it's really RNG dependent. In that when you get your Shadow Wisdom of the Wall proc. So if you get your Shadow Wisdom of the Wall proc first on a pack, let's say you do a pack or trash and you instantly proc it, oh my god, you're going to do the most damage you can on Shadow Pan. I still don't think it's more than Conduit, but ignore that for a sec. You're going to absolutely burst it. Your Flurry Strike's going to be top damage. You're going to love that pack. If you get Shadow proc 4th, Flurry Strikes is not going to be your highest damage. Flurry Strikes is going to be like middle of the pack damage in your overall, and it's going to feel really bad. Because you put all this setup in, like, all your damage comes from this burst window, realistically. And it just feels awful, to be honest. Like, so this is the, like, big issue with it. I don't like how RNG it is depending on what proc you get. And it'll be the same for Raid, right? If you're on this Soulbinder in a Zindri fight, and you're about to pop your 2 minutes, and you get Shadow last, well, those ads are probably almost dead by the time you proc Shadow. And then you've essentially lost, like, multiple Flurry Strike waves that hit all of the targets because it's uncapped AoE from Shadow Flurry Strike. So you see, like, the issue with it. And I think it's like an innate issue that wasn't, like, really a thing in Season 1 or Season 2 because you never were in the situation where you'd get any more than, like, 1 or 2 extra Flurry Strikes off with the Shadow proc. So it wasn't, like, something you could really micromanage. But now it's, like, Flurry Strikes are so heavily dependent on your damage, right? Like, your damage is so dependent on it. And it comes back to the argument I made in that video of the state of Windwalker. All the damage for Windwalker is coming from our tier sets. Like, we're so tier set dependent right now. If they buff our tier set, nerf our tier set, like, that will make or break us. Nothing in our kit has really changed. Like it's an interesting one where you're going to load into live on the first day. And you remember last season where you loaded into live and suddenly your talents had all changed. Suddenly you were running Dance of the Chi-Ji in single target. Suddenly you had 1 minute 30 all the time. It was amazing with Zuin's Bond. Spicy new ability called Slicing Winds. You could go Crackling Jade Lightning now as a build. Like, it was really cool and really interesting to go all these different builds and try all this stuff out. Day 1, you get nothing. Like, nothing changes. It's the exact same gameplay as it would be in the night before. And nothing changes until you get your tier set. The moment you get your tier set, everything changes. Talents change. Stat weights change a bit as well. Like, everything starts to change. Playstyle changes as well. How you actually play Conduit, how you play Shadow Pan changes. But nothing changes on day 1. So that first week, like, it sucks, but there's nothing to be excited about. And, like, for me, I'm highly likely, well, if I get a proper raid spot, right, depending on how Windwalker's doing, to get my 4 set relatively early. That would be, like, the understanding of it. So my gameplay changes quickly. But for players that aren't going to get a 4 set ASAP, it's not fun, right? Like, nothing changes. You'll also be doing pretty rubbish damage because other specs will have had buffs and nerfs that aren't tier set related, right? Like, they'll have different changes to their talent trees. The AoE might have increased, like Assassination Rogue, for instance, is a good example because I just remember it popping up. It got buffs to a lot of its abilities, Crimson Tempest, Mutilate, I think, as well, stuff like that. So day 1 of live servers, Assassination Rogue's going to feel a bit stronger, and that's going to be cool because then you'll play your Assassination Rogue in your little dungeons or your delves, and you'll be like, wow, I'm stronger than I was last week. Windwalker, you're the same. So, I don't know. Like, I say I don't mind being too tied to tier sets, but at the same time, it's going to feel really bad because I play with friends, right, that don't play at, like, my raiding level and stuff, and I know how long it took them to get 4 sets and stuff. Like, they were having to, like, run heroics outside of, like, guild groups, having to, like, catalyze stuff like that, having to pray that they got lucky in their vault and stuff like that. And I feel like that's going to be a big issue if they don't do any final tuning to our, like, stuff that makes us feel stronger outside of it. Because you're just going to feel bad if you don't get a 4 set. And that's not, like, I'm not trying to doom on Windwalker and make you all, like, worried about it, but it is literally how it is. If you don't have a 4 set, you're playing the exact same. Like, week 1 of our splits, my build doesn't change. My rotation doesn't change from last season. I will be playing splits exactly as I had been previous season until I get 4 set. 2 set does actually change stuff, so at least that, right? 2 set will make it a bit different, but it'll play a bit awkwardly because the haste buff on the Conduit tier set is actually really big. So although you'll be able to now, like, change up the rotation and stuff with the 2 sets, and talents as well, you'll be able to change up a bit. It'll feel really sluggish because you don't have the 15% haste, and trust me, the 15% haste is everything. Because you might be having these mini burst windows, But if you don't have the haste to allow yourself to keep the uptime on your Tiger Palms and then get your other abilities out, you're actually going to feel really, really sluggish and slow. So it's a weird one, right? That all the power is tied to the tier set. Ring of Peace should have an inverse version that'll help with M+ viability. I've heard that one before. Kind of like not Typhoon, kind of like oh, what's it called? It's the Druid ability, Vortex, kind of like Vortex. I don't mind that idea. I think that's kind of a cool idea because then it works the same as Vortex. Everything's trapped in. I've liked that idea about Ring of Peace. Because like a lot of the time you did bring druids to certain dungeons because they're Vortex, or Vortex is like really good in the CC rotation, right? But then the other side of that is that you'd kind of you'd still need an ability to be able to knock them away. So that's kind of like the benefit of Vortex, right? If you cast a Vortex on characters that are casting, they'll keep casting. It's the knockback that then pulls them back in. That's the real CC part of it. So like it would have a good it would like be useful. This application would be decent, but it'd be missing something. If that kind of makes sense. It's like half of the puzzle. But it would still be cool if it was an option. He's legit yapping. I am yapping. May I ask why your mythic logs are so utterly dogshit when nobody plays Windwalker? What the hell? Oh, it's because you can see my public logs. Right. Right, that's it. You've triggered me now. You got me. I've been one-manned, but I'm bringing up my logs. This is fucking not on right now. It's because you see my public logs, and I was helping a guild that raid 1 day a week at the end of the tier, because they're my mates, and my proper guild doesn't actually log, if that makes sense. We private log. Oh, I've been triggered. I've been baited, but I'm gonna fall for the bait. Where are my logs? Oh right, I'm looking at public logs. Right, they do suck. Yeah. So these are my logs. Can I say sit doggy now? Is that allowed? Am I allowed to tell you to sit? But then if you look at my public logs, yeah, they are. Oh well, no, those aren't public, are they? Those are by. How do I make it public? Yeah, so that's public, right? It looks like I've only killed 3 bosses. But actually I get 99s and 100. Anyway, tangent over. Sorry, I got one-manned. I apologize. It was I baited too easily. What weapons do you wear? So it's interesting because if we actually are going into the next season, it's looking like it's going to be very similar to season 2 in what you wear for next season. In that initially, if you want like good single target damage, you will run 2 one-handers, right? But eventually you will switch to a 2-hander. It's going to be like the exact identical situation where you'll see a lot of race to world first. Well, I was going to say race to world first Windwalkers, but okay, let's pretend they're race to world first Windwalkers, right? You're going to see them, and they'd all be using one-handers, and it's because boss damage. It's going to be better at boss damage. But eventually, 2-handers are going to be better even for single targets. And right now, the best 2-hander weapon comes from Arakara, and it is the Harvester's Interdiction. So this is going to be like the best one on paper, just because of the equip stat. Like, it's good. I mean, Verse and Mastery is still good, right? Versatility will gain a bit more value. It's going to be similar to last season, where Haste and Mastery are going to be really big for us, at the start. They're about on equal with each other. So right now, I'd probably need a bit more Haste to match my Mastery. And then once these two are like really high up, the stims will start saying, get some crit mate, get some versatility, you know, start balancing it out a little bit. But we're going to be Haste Mastery for both specs. So at least that, right? Because like last tier, Shadowpan was more Haste and then Conduit was more Mastery, so it was a little bit awkward with gearing. However, this season it's like they both literally want like about the same amount of Haste as you want Mastery, because Haste is actually really big for Conduit next season. Whereas Haste wasn't that big for us this season because we had enough Haste to manage our big burst windows and our like 25-second like Strike of the Windlord windows. But now we're playing on like these 17, 18-second mini burst windows, constantly pumping Fist of Fury. We need Haste. Like Haste is going to be mega for us, but Mastery is still like really good. So Haste gets a lot more value. Mastery stays about the same. I'd be really surprised if we end up getting like a ton more Mastery. I think Mastery is going to sit at about the same amount it is now until you catch up with Haste. And then I imagine once Haste is caught up, then you're probably going to look at more crit and verse. But then again, I can see Mastery going over the 100% mark easily, because Mastery, like, I'm not looking at the percentages here, I'm looking more at the raw numbers, right? So Mastery's 22,000, Haste is 14,000. I want more Haste right now. 14,000 is real low. So I'll show you, like, just off of, if I get my Strike of the Windlord, or, sorry, Heart of the Jade Serpent, Haste now goes instantly to 40%, and you're basically able to keep up a 40% uptime Haste during all your, like, mini burst windows and stuff. So it's really useful, and then if you can add more haste to that, you just basically haste out the Wazzo all the time. It's really cool, really fun. Seems like you know somewhat how to play Windwalker. Yeah, a little bit. I'm alright, I guess. I'm okay. Thank you for all the follows as well. Really appreciate it. And the YouTube subscriptions. Thank you, my dudes. Alright. I procced a big yap there. What was I gonna do again? Oh yeah, the hit list. Right, yeah, fuck this tier list, right. So, I'm gonna try to do some dungeons. PTR dungeons at the moment, there's not like a mega amount. I feel like further in the day, there are quite a few that pop up here and there. It really depends, but we got into a dungeon. It's got a healer, so just tank and a DPS. So first on the hit list is going to be a hunter. We're going to take him out real quick, and then we'll move on to the blood DK, frost DK even. That's the idea anyway. Anyway, I'll go to this screen because the chat's not even there and stuff. It's like, oh, that page is so scuffed. So we get more haste from the tier set, which makes us want to build more haste. Yeah, kind of exactly. Because like you got to think, you basically you want to be getting as many like Fist of Furies out as possible. You constantly want to be casting. There's literally no downtime anymore. Like previously, there was downtime. If you ever end up in downtime with this tier set and stuff, like either something's going wrong or your stats are a little bit like cooked. Because downtime's like really bad. Because the thing is, you want to constantly be tiger, like, well, not constantly be tiger palming, but tiger palming a lot more than you were previously. Because Blackout Kick used to be our ability that we'd use to generate a lot of chi, right? But now we're playing these like bockless builds, so you don't actually want to Blackout Kick really at all. In single target and AoE, really. Like, there's a couple of different variations to the builds, but I think this bockless AoE build's like my favorite by far. So Tiger Palm's like everything. And so you need this extra haste to be able to generate enough energy to allow yourself to keep Tiger Palming. It's why we're taking things like Inner Peace again. It gives us a bigger energy threshold, and it also reduces Tiger Palm's energy cost, so it allows us to keep up the uptime. But even right now, right, even with the haste that I have now, I rarely feel any downtime or have issues with like energy and chi. But just getting more haste, for instance, it just allows us to have like increased spellcasting speed and stuff like that. So it just like basically allows us to go supersonic. It feels kind of like an outlaw rogue, but we still have a GCD, obviously. What else? The spinning crane kick change, really cool change. For anyone that isn't in the know, they made it so now that when we cast spinning crane kick, we can now cast an ability during it. So you can see that I Tiger Palm during a spinning crane kick there. Really cool. It's like a change that they reverted from Dragonflight. So Dragonflight, they changed, I think it had something to do with our auto attacks. They were like, when they were trying to fix our auto attacks with the War Within, they got rid of it. I think that was the reason anyway. I'd have to go back through the patch logs, but I just don't care. Don't care enough to do that. But this is like really niche. It is a damage increase, but it also allows the flow to go a lot better. Because a lot of the time what I'm finding right now, especially in AoE, is that spinning crane kick feels like a little bit of an awkward button to press at times. Because you want to be pressing higher prior abilities like Fist of Fury, or even Whirling Dragon Punch, Strike of the Windlord, Slicing Winds. So what I'm finding a lot of the time that I will do is to, if I have a spinning crane kick proc, I will always try to like tie it to another ability. So I'll spinning crane kick and then Tiger Palm. And that essentially allows me to Tiger Palm during my spinning crane kick window, which means that I'm not pressing, I'm not like, it saves time, I guess, is the mad ramblings. Like, because before it would be like this. And then you Tiger Palm. And essentially you've saved like a couple of like milliseconds. But these milliseconds add up. So it basically means that you're not having to then cast a Tiger Palm straight afterwards, which then delays a Fist of Fury. You cast your spinning crane kick, Tiger Palm during it, straight into a Fist of Fury, and these add up across a pull, across a raid boss, so on and so forth. So pretty cool. And you can do it with any ability that isn't a channel. So even Strike of the Windlord, for instance, I could spinning crane kick into a Strike of the Windlord midway through. CC as well, Whirling Dragon Punch, Ring of Peace. Not Slicing Winds, not Fist of Fury, not Conduit. Yeah, pretty cool changes. We need to get to this dungeon. I don't know where I'm going. Tazavesh. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Ruh-oh. Oh my god, I'm on an 8-hour cooldown. I'm not going to teleport to Dornagal. If I teleport to Dornagal feels really buggy at the moment. Every time I've gone to Dornagal, it crashes the game. So I'm trying to avoid Dornagal like the plague. I feel like something's gone bad down there. They've done something iffy. Is Swan's Battle Gear not worth taking for more Fist of Fury? So for single target, yes. But this is a new kind of AoE build cooked up by the Theory Crafters for AoE. And I was as skeptical as you, right? In my opinion, I was like, wait, we're dropping Zuin's Battle Gear for transfer the power? That sounds a little bit weird, right? Like, Zuin's Battle Gear feels really good for, like, keeping uptime of Fist of Fury. And I thought it wouldn't play out very well, but it actually does. It's actually not the worst thing in the world. So, like, on simulations, like, this is just the best AoE build at the moment. But I've played a lot of Zuin's Battle Gear in AoE instead of transfer the power. Also feels good, right? You get more Fist of Furies out. So the difference is more Fist of Furies or hard-hitting Fist of Furies, and, you know, it kind of balances itself out a little bit, but it doesn't mean that you're having to Rising Sun Kick as much in AoE, which was a lot of, like, there was a lot of complaints about that, I saw. People didn't like that they were having to, essentially, Rising Sun Kick so much in AoE situations, because it is a single target ability at the end of the day. Like, it doesn't do big AoE damage, it just allows you to Fist of Fury. So you're taking away a little bit of that, to put the power back in Fist of Fury for a little bit less Fist of Fury casts. How do I teleport to this place? You?
Tell me what you need, my friend.
I made it! Alright, so we're against a Frost DK and a Marksmanship Hunter. Now, I know what you're thinking. What do you mean against? We're a team. We're a dungeon team trying to complete a dungeon together. No, wrong. They're on the hit list. We are not a team. We are most certainly not a team. We are a team, but, you know. There'll be no Shadowpan today, by the way. Shadowpan is just balked on the PTR. Like, the tier set is just completely bugged. It doesn't work properly. So if you are a Shadowpan enjoyer, I just can't play it. It just doesn't work, is the issue at the moment. But that's okay. We're only 2 weeks from release, so no big issue, right? Only a couple weeks from release. I'm sure it'll be fine. I thought they fixed Marksman. I thought they fixed Hunter. Hold up. Wait a second. Something's terribly wrong here. It's fine. I'm sure it's just a visual bug. We'll get him. Reminds me of Hunter from a couple weeks ago, honestly. So, where are we taking these ads? Where are we taking these things? We're taking them somewhere. Oh, we're taking them away from their fish sticks. Oh, I see, because fish sticks heals them, so that actually makes sense. Hey, come back here. I can't Fist of Fury you in the water. Fucking Murlocs, dude. There's nothing worse, I think, than dungeons where mobs will run away from you. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of dungeons this tier, I think, where, like, mobs just run away when they're low health. I hate it. Range classes, they love that shit. Me? Oh, it's horrendous, honestly. This is kind of a big pull now. Woo! It is a massive pull. Oh, I see. We're trying to move them away from their fish sticks again. This is, like, really awkward, though. They constantly spawn this thing that heals them, basically. Oh, this is not how you're gonna have to play the dungeon on live, is it? This is cooked. Oh god, it hurts! Well, it looks like so far kiting tanks are back. This tank he's doing good job. He's doing God's work right now. I'll tell you that for free. Like he's not like, because if he kept them on top of where those fish sticks things were, that would be horrendous. Because then we'd be in big trouble. I don't know if the idea is to I don't know if the idea will be to try to instantly nuke down the invigorates from the fish sticks though. Also, don't worry about damage just yet. Everybody chill. Everybody chill. Maybe we'll forget about the hunter just now, and we'll focus on the frosty EK. Maybe he's just the target right now. 12 million's fucking ludicrous. Off we go again. Off we go again on our big Murloc tour. Oh my god, this can't be how you play the dungeon. Like the best thing I think about this right now is just how fluid it feels. Like, I feel like at no time there's any downtime. Every time I feel like I need a little mini burst window, it's always up. Like, every 18 seconds or so, you basically then get your big mini burst again. Like, spinning crane kick doesn't feel too obnoxious. I don't feel like I'm overstacking it too much. I don't think I've pressed blackout kick once. I probably pressed it a couple of times, but, like, you really never have to press this button anymore. And I don't actually Tiger Palm as much as I think I would. You're able to keep up chi pretty well. This pack is scary, though. Oh, I'm going to pull aggro, aren't I? Oh, God. Hey, thank you for the resubscription. I really appreciate it. Lesson 3, lesson 3. Thank you, that's really kind of you. Matt and a fairy. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Oh, get me out. Oh, I was reading chat. Oh, we put the boss. Pulling. What is this? Why do I have red above my head? What the fuck is going on? I'm fucked. What? What is this? Pulling the ads into the boss is a play. This is definitely how you get... Oh, you're definitely going to do it like this, aren't you? This is the issue. Like, last season I played PTR a lot. So I had, like, a pretty good idea of, like, how everything works on the PTR. Like, bosses and stuff like this. I've barely... Like, not barely played the PTR, but I haven't played it nearly as much as I did. So I'm actually very unfamiliar with a lot of these bosses and stuff. With that said, I've done Hillsbrad like enough times to know that I was going to get this Purify mechanic on me, so no real excuse there. My DPS, dude! So we should talent out of all bot talents if you want to play Conduit. Essentially, yes. Not initially, but once you get your 4 set, yeah, you are going to talent out of bot. You just don't need it anymore. Because of how much haste we're getting, you're basically able to keep yourself up with Tiger Palm. But basically, you don't really have much time for filler abilities anymore, I guess is the best explanation for it. Like, previously we had a good amount of time for filler abilities, so like Blackout Kick, baseline spinning crane kick, stuff like that. Now, there's really like no time for filler abilities, right? You're always trying to set yourself up for your next Fist of Fury, or you're starting off your like mini burst window, or you're like doing Dance of the Chi-Ji, spinning crane kicks, rising sun kick to set up a whirling dragon punch. Like, there's really little times that you're pressing baseline spinning crane kicks. Like, you do it here and there. But even less than that, you have time to press like a blackout kick, right? So basically, it's just an ability that we just don't need anymore. I don't think the actual bot build is too far behind, but I feel like it's unnecessary to play now. This is simpler as well. Obviously, there is still time to press blackout kick, right? Blackout kick isn't a dead button. My best example of this is if, let's say, you have you have 2 chi, right? But you've just pressed Tiger Palm, and Fist of Fury is about to come off cooldown. You don't want to Rising Sun Kick and then Tiger Palm again, because you need to generate this 1 chi. The only way to really effectively do this is then Blackout Kick into a Tiger Palm into Fist of Fury, because then that puts you down to 1, puts you back up to 3. So like they're still used for Blackout Kick. And if there ever is like a time for filler, you can still press it in single target, just like I will sometimes press Spinning Crane Kick in AoE, for instance. So like it's not like a take off your action bars sort of button. We're not that far gone yet.
Purifying burst.
I'm gonna have to reset these damage meters. This is inaccurate. This is not fair. This goes padding.
Titanic crash.
I heard you can cast abilities while channeling Spinning Crane Kick now. Yes, yeah, it's really cool. So macros are going to change. If anyone like uses any macros or stuff, you are going to have to change those. It's not going to be too... Also, I'm pretty sure I fucked up this dungeon run. My bad, guys. Yeah, it's on me. I'll take the L on this one. I'm bad at the game. If you use like these ones that I use, like the channeling Fist of Fury, I've already done it, right? So I've removed the channeling Spinning Crane Kick from all of my abilities that I have a macro on, except for Fist of Fury. Because Fist of Fury will cancel the damage from Spinning Crane Kick, if that makes sense. So that's like the only one that I have a macro on that I don't have it set to. If you use like just... Because there's another one that you can use where it's just stop macro channeling. That will no longer be usable because that includes all channels, if that makes sense. So you basically are going to have to change from that to like pretty much exactly what you see on the screen, I think. Something along these lines. But I'll cover it all in the guide for macros and stuff like that. Because that's just such a broad channeling one that then you basically will not be able to cast during a Spinning Crane Kick, but now you want to.
The curse of
Sanitizing cycle.
has burned away.
But it's really useful because it allows you to Tiger Palm during a Spinning Crane Kick. You can Rising Sun Kick, Whirling Dragon Punch, Strike of the Windlord, Blackout Kick. You can even CC now. So like you can press Conduit, right? And you can Spinning Crane Kick during a Conduit, and it still channels. Same for Spinning Crane Kick now, which is good. On top of that, also the Conduit the Conduit channel cancel bug gone. Spinning Crane Kick channel cancel bug gone. So all in all, these are like small little quality of lives that also like kind of increase your DPS a little bit. So, you know, we take these. We take these. But it's just one of those things that they haven't mentioned at all in the patch notes and stuff. I don't know if like they'll maybe save it for like the final patch note. Let's hide these damage numbers. This is inaccurate, by the way. Hold up. Let me find a real pull. Which one do I like? Oh, there it is, boys. Look at that. Damage done for Trash Pack 3. Yeah, let's get rid of these now. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. I guess we'll just go again. How do these guys... Where is everyone?
You have my...
Oh, you go back to the docks and you just leave. I'll keep doing this dungeon because... One, I've barely done these new dungeons, right? I've done... Obviously, like, the other week I did, like, Priory and stuff like that. But I've barely done, like, these ones. The Taz of Ashes, I think I've done, like, maybe... I've done this one at least once. But the other one, like, the one where you actually go in this way, I've done nothing. I've done, like, one boss. Halls of Atonement, I've done, like, the first few packs. Like, I'm so inexperienced at these dungeons right now. I feel like compared to last season, I'd done, like, Floodgate, like, 20 times. I'd done Cinderbroom Meadery, like, 10 times, you know? Like, I'd at least known the dungeons. I think it's a good dungeon pool, though. I'm pretty excited for it. except for Priory. Priory is kind of cringe, but what can you do? They've also changed Priory a bit, and I've heard feedback that they don't like it. Like, a lot of high-end plus players are not a massive fan of it. I think they've changed the pathing you do, because obviously they want to keep it fresh, right? They don't want you to go do the same thing over and over. So I think the pathing of it's changed, so you go right now to the fire dude. Exciting stuff. And Operation Floodgate, I think, is exactly the same, but they removed bubbles, which is a good change, actually, because bubbles... The worst part about bubbles was you had to skip it, right? At higher keystone levels. And if you failed the skip, your key was inevitably over, right? You failed the skip, and it always felt awful to do. Like, everything hinged on if you guys could do the skip or not. And sometimes it went perfectly, sometimes it went awfully. And it's, like, quite far into the dungeon, right? You basically finished the dungeon at that point. So wipe there to a skip. Awful. Awful. Did any Spec get the Red Cross? Yeah. You want to know what Spec got the Red Cross for that dungeon? I'll show you what Spec got the Red Cross for that dungeon. Hold up. Let me fucking remove that one real quick. No. No, I'm joking. It didn't. It's fine. It's... Hunters are busted. They're broken. They're cheating.
It is clear.
Am I in the dungeon?
Serve only the best.
I am in the dungeon.
You honor me with your
Well, exactly the same comp. What have we learnt from this? Ideally, he doesn't pull those guys into the boss again. He probably will, though. But we've learnt our lesson. If you have a red arrow on top of your head, fucking get out, I think is the TLDR of that one. Like, the consoles I understand. The consoles are fine. I was so busy focusing on the ads that I didn't realize that I was getting one-shot by the purification, like the Priory mechanic, basically, right? Do we have an Org Evoker this tier? I want to clear my friends list. From what I've heard, Org is in a horrendous state. The Org Evoker in our guild is constantly asking for a buff every single day, like on repeat, non-stop, like every day, bro. Where Org buff? Where Org buff? Is Org going to be good again? So based off of that, I'm going to say no. Org is pretty bad right now. Because he's a pretty good Org player, right? He's relatively decent, I'd say. Probably one of the best Orgs in the world. And he is very concerned that they have not been buffed. So take that as you will.
5, 4,
Any other classes we can remove?
2, 1.
You're not going to like the answer to that one. No, I don't know. I'm not too, like, familiar with, I mean, I've been paying a little bit of attention. Like, right now, I think Boomkin's dead, which is interesting. Like, genuinely dead as of right now. But obviously, there's still PTR changes that can happen. Ah, no, I'm sorry. Bad fishy. Guys, these specs are broken, by the way. I was doing a clean 20 milli there. Clean. 20 milli is good, by the way. Quote me on that.
Invigorating fish stick.
Should not have pressed Rising Sun Kick there.
Invigorating fish stick. Invigorating fish stick.
Yeah, that was the better play. So that's when, like, in my mind, that's when I'd press Blackout Kick, right? When I realize Fist of Fury is about to come off a cooldown, but if I press, like, Rising Sun Kick, I know I cannot get it off.
I do not have a target.
Also, I think that's fine as well. I think I've judged this well enough. So you might be like, why do you send out Strike of the Windlord there? It's because I think there's enough time between this pack and the last pack to get it off, and I would argue that I was pretty much right. It's a lot less time than you think. Right, of MLRRGG, MLRGG. I swear to God, if bigwigs don't fix that for next season, I'm going to lose my mind in this dungeon, by the way. Ah! Damage? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Look, all I'm going to say is the dungeon's not over until it's over. And if I've learned anything from Season 2, it's that the dungeon damage at the start doesn't matter. Am I massively coping right now? Abso-fucking-lutely. Do I think I'm going to beat this DK by the end of the dungeon? Abso-fucking-lutely. Ow. Do I think I'll beat this Hunter? No, I think Hunter needs another nerf. Like, that's illegal damage, no? Like 15 milli from aim shot? What even is aim shot? They press him with one button. Is an aim shot single target? Huh? Cast it 19 times. Huh? Closer to tank damage than the second DPS? Yeah. We just started though. It's all fine. Chill, chill. What's Brewmaster running at the moment? He can't be running Shadowpan. Shadowpan's bugged. He must be he's got to be running Master of Harmony then. But I've heard that from what I've heard, I think they do want to run Shadowpan. Or maybe it's not bugged for them. Maybe it's just bugged for us. Where is this guy going? I fucking hate Murlocs. Oh yeah, let me just run in the opposite direction. Top damage in the pack? Screenshot it. He is running... Maybe it's not bugged for them then. He's running, he is running Shadowpan. Maybe Weapons of Order activates, but for Windwalker, sorry, Storm Earth Fire does not activate when it should. Oh, well, this is awkward. What am I meant to do here? Okay. This seems reasonable. If I put cooldowns here, do I get fucked? Don't you dare start casting again. Oh. This reminds me of Halls of Valor. Like those ads on Halls of Valor that constantly shoot out the line, except it's way worse. It's so much worse. Oh, we pulled it back though. Alright, remember. Icon on head, get out. Alright, this is the real test. Single target damage. This is where men are made. Wait, no, that DK. He's stolen my thunder. He transitions soon, but not just yet. Ads? Intermittent ad spawn? Alright, it's about to go into the middle, so I'm not going to pop cooldowns here. Yeah. Alright, show me, sir. Where do I take this red orb? Huh? One of these two. Hello? Oh! Why do I take the red orb? He didn't show me! Oh! You down there.
Sanitizing site.
It only showed us two colors there. It showed us the two on the left. Initially, anyway.
Purifying first. First by fire. Titanic crash. Purifying burst.
On the plus side, we've had no mechanics so far. I mean, okay, I was wrong about the red arrow, by the way. The red arrow is something different. The red arrow that I've got right here is like he hits us with something, and then the purifying is something different. Oh, kill these guys now. Alright, I've got the red one again. No, stop that. Alright, red is bottom left. Alright, I've done my job. Oh, shit.
Sanitizing site.
Does he take more damage during this phase? Interesting question.
Purifying burst.
Top damage on the boss. Ah!
Titanic crash.
It still follows. Does it still hurt? Oh, 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 no. Okay. Screenshot it. Send it to your best friends. Send it to all of us content creators that make tier lists. We did it again, boys. What's that? The hunter died? No, he didn't. No, he did not.
A taxing journey, but our path remains true.
These are the kind of titles I love seeing when I'm thinking about returning to the game. Oh, no, no, no.
Super Saison.
It's more of a... honestly, it's more tongue-in-cheek than anything. It's just because everybody at the moment is making these tier lists about what specs are good and what specs are bad, and they're all putting Windwalker at the bottom. And it's not true. Just don't look at the damage meters. It's fake. If we ignore the damage meters. Fucking... how do I hide these things? Look, all I'm saying, there's still plenty of dungeon left to go. That's all I'm saying.
I require a target.
It's like in a football match, and your team's like 2-1 down, and you get to extra time, and there's 5 minutes of extra time, and then they score in the 4-minute 50 of extra time, and you lose your minds. That's what it's going to be like. Not the hunter. I'm not overtaking that guy. That guy's busted. But DK. Oh, he doesn't know.
Apologies, Captain.
What are we doing here?
Towards my associates.
Super Saison.
You lot know the wrong buckaroo.
I actually, potentially for like a dungeon like this, right? I think it might even be better to take the Rising Sun Kick change. Like, 'cause there's some dungeons that don't have as much trash. Like, Fist of Fury is still valuable, right? But I actually think potentially there is a world where it's actually better to, on some dungeons, maybe get more cooldown on Fist of Fury. I might try it. Like, this dungeon is so trash heavy, right? Like, deceptively trash heavy. It reminds me very much of, like, Cinderbrew. Like, you're never not fighting, like, 50 ads at once, honestly. So potentially getting more Fist of Furies out might be more valuable here than getting... Oh, save that man. So I find that I Rising Sun Kick a lot anyway. Uh-oh. We're about to overtake the DK. I already screenshot it. Ow. I probably should have sent another mini burst window here. I genuinely thought we'd kill these ads like 5 seconds ago. Alright, full cooldowns during Lust. This is it. This is where dreams are made. Oh! Is he safe? I don't feel very safe, I'll be honest. Fucking get away from me! Oh, I see. So every time I've done this dungeon on the PTR so far, we have like 1 million ads fighting us at all times. Looks like this tank knows what's going on. He's like, he's cleared everything. Can he hit the boss from here? Kinda cringe. So you literally just kill all the ads. It's completely tank responsibility then. And then I imagine the rest of your group need to be like stacking up so that you get all of these like fire circles kind of nicely, not where you're moving. So I think like probably do better movement with this. But overall, pretty good. The cleanest I've ever seen this. I didn't realize how easy this fight was. Oh man. Uh-oh. It appears I've been hooked. I wonder if you can Tiger's Lust that. I'll try next time. Well, if I get hooked again. So it is a movement reduction effect, so potentially you can just remove it with a Tiger's Lust. Oh, looks like we missed a frontal there. So now we're in panic mode. Now panic mode has... Okay. Kill the boss. Oh, Jesus Christ. Once again, top boss damage. Does that count for anything? Is that good? We like that? I like that. I'm happy with that. That's all I've got going for me right now. Why is Marksman not nerfed yet? Marksman damage reminds me of what Beastmaster's damage was a couple of weeks ago. Like, Beastmaster's damage was insane. Like, when I say insane, I mean insane. Like, 30% nerf insane. I don't know... I'm not going to speculate on nerfs or anything, but it's just crazy damage. I don't really know what's going on, but I'm taking damage. I mean, it's come back a little bit, so it's not like it's, like, ludicrous anymore. Like, it's now in, like, the 8 millions, which, honestly, I think is probably fine. Yeah. Like, at the start of the dungeon, sure, but, like, 8 million's actually not too bad.
The artifact belongs in a museum.
Eh.
Only the withered and dead belong in museums. Like your cartel. Your cartel has dissolved into dust. I choose to lead mine to glory.
Uh-oh. The double leg sweep of dreams. think the tank died.
Rift.
It was a pretty rough pull, actually. Oh, okay. Probably don't release. Let him come back. Can you mount here? Oh, thank God you can mount here. So this is like another situation where it looks like ads that constantly cast, right? I love ads that constantly cast. They're my favorite thing in World of Warcraft at the moment. When you interrupt an ad and then it just starts casting again. Oh my God, cinema. It's like the peak of game design. His cooldowns are so in 30 million bursts. I can only dream of doing 30 million bursts. Like, the Frost DK feels more realistic. Oh God, what's this? Oh, it pulses. That's bad. You can do it, get that Frost DK. I think it is possible. I think it is possible. It's gonna have to be on the boss, which I think I can do. Bad news though, I don't really understand how this boss works. A little bit worrying. Don't worry about it too much. Apparently we fight this boss in a corner. Didn't know this. This is news to me. Ow? Are we good here? What we actually... This feels like forbidden tech. What's actually going on? I mean, I trust this tank. This tank's done everything right this dungeon, so... I don't doubt he knows what he's doing. Oh no! Oh, it is a bit of damage to make up. Can I attack you? Come here. I gotta stand on stars or something? Don't want to pop cooldowns just yet, because I don't quite know what we're doing. Like this? Sounds right? Feels right? Yeah, felt right to me. And then I got to remember the stars shoot. This is what got me last time a lot. The stars like shoot projectiles out and they will one-shot me. Oh God, here they come. Oh Lord. Oh. Thank you for the follow, Laquist me. Appreciate it. We don't have to get rid of the entire health bar, do we? That sounds a bit much. No! Oh! You know when you're slicing winds, and then you think that you're slicing winds into a mechanic, and there's no going back, you really press that button? I literally thought that was me dead. I was just like, this is it, I'm fucked. I'm going to accept this. This feels like a good spot to stand. I refuse to believe that was my fault. This feels so anti-melee. Tell me it doesn't... The fight doesn't finish when it gets to half health. Tell me no, because I just got my coolies. Don't you fucking dare die. Oh, it doesn't die. Okay, based. I mean, I don't think I can beat the DK at this point. But I do like the fact that I've been top on every single boss, right? Now, think about it this way, right? Oh, shit. At least... Okay, no, he's beating me now. Fuck! He's cheating! Touch of death, carry me through. No, get back here! Fuck mechanic. We don't do mechanics here. Wait, it takes no damage. It takes no damage! Wait, I don't have the thing on me. Am I trolling? I think I'm trolling. Woo! No one important died. Keep going. Yeah. I definitely had an arrow on me, didn't I? Oh, man. That's just ludicrous, though. And, like, you look at that. Oh, my God.
These troublesome pieces will reside where they can do no more harm and be studied by...
Like, me and the Death Knight, I think that's reasonable.
Our fortunes meet again.
But, oh, my God, that's just so much higher. Like, I don't even know how you compete with that. Really good run. So that was like a 15. So 15 Gambit. Just crazy damage. I mean... Let's have a look at this tier list again. Where do you put Hunter? Here. Put Hunter here. And DK here. Windwalker here. Pretty sure Monk still sucks to the answer to your vid title. Thank you, appreciate it. Windwalker's been nerfed. Will not be good in raid, please. Like in comparison to season 2, I wouldn't say we've been nerfed. Like, there's a difference between being nerfed and not being buffed, if that makes sense. Like, we've had, like, no nerfs. So, like, it's not like we're going into next season and they've reduced the damage of our Fist Fury or they've reduced the damage of our Spinning Crane Kick. Like, nothing like that. It's just that I think a lot of other specs have got a lot more powerful. But I'm well coping, but I still think we're not bad. Like, genuinely crazy opinion. But I don't think this is bad. Like, I know it's at the bottom, but like, we need to look at the variables, right? This guy, he's getting nerfed by, like, 70% tonight. So, he's already out the equation. And then, you know, Frost DK, it's alright, it's alright. I think it's fine. I think everything's fine here. It's like the gif of the dog sat on a chair and his house is on fire. That me. How much more DPS physical comp raid buffs for Windwalker? I think in terms of the physical comp, at the moment, I think the consensus is that it would be Brewmaster being in the physical comp. So like in terms of tank damage, like this is high tank damage, right? And you can see like where all of it comes from. It's all flurry strikes. It's kind of ludicrous. Like Shadowpan's really strong for Brewmaster. Like imagine Brewmaster without this damage, it would suck. But like because flurry strikes and the tier set got changed, it's definitely impacted Brewmaster a lot more than Windwalker right now. Like it's so strong. Like don't get me wrong, like if I was playing Windwalker and flurry strikes is working correctly, it would be in the top 3. But crazy synergy, because I'm pretty sure what they do is they send out their weapons of order, and then for the next 30 seconds, they send out flurry strikes at every 120 energy spent. But I'm pretty sure Brewmasters can just spam Tiger Palm, no? Like they don't get punished for it. So like, and I may be completely wrong in how you play Brewmaster, but if I was to guess, I'd say you chuck weapons of order, and then you Tiger Palm, 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 and you just shoot infinite flurry strikes out. Probably a bit more in-depth than that, right? Obviously, there'll be some, like, slight tweaks of other abilities in between. But essentially, that is what they can do, right? Because they don't have to weave in abilities. So they can just constant flurry strike. And then, once again, all shadow, right? All shadow. It's the same for Windwalker. All the damage comes from shadow. But they'll just be able to set... I think they'll be able to send out way more. Because it's also it's a 30-second window. Like, we can have a 30-second window if we send back-to-back Storm, Earth, and Fires, but it's really awkward. It's kind of really awkward to do. And I think it's better to not do it as Windwalker. I think it's better to have, like, smaller windows of the shortest Storm, Earth, and Fire. But that's if Shadowpan was good. It's not good at the moment for Windwalker anyway. On the other hand, you're way above the average Windwalker. Yeah, don't say that. That's not good. I mean, the way I look at it as well, right, hoping some more. Playing, right, playing a 150 ping. Now, you got to understand, imagine playing an Outlaw Rogue on 150 ping. It's going to suck. I mean, I had a question the other day of someone asking about Windwalker on live servers and if they play on, like, a country that has, like, really bad ping and stuff. You will actually suffer a lot. Like, it's really... It's, like... And, like, I can actually resonate with it now. It wasn't so bad last season. But, like, the amount of, like, speed you're having to send out abilities and stuff, it's gone up, like, at least triple. Like, triple-fold what it was in Season 2. So if you're, like, playing on, like, higher ping and stuff, you will, like, feel a bit bad at times. It's like, sometimes, like, your buttons don't register and stuff like that. But that doesn't make up the damage difference. I'm just more talking about, like, gameplay of it. Shadowpan won't have that issue, I don't think. Will it? Not really. The big issue with Shadowpan is that you need to make sure that you're getting Tiger Palms out. If you even miss a single Tiger Palm, like, in your burst window, your burst is over. And you fucked it, and you're going to do no damage. On top of the RNG factor, it's just so... Like, Conduit, I don't think is as punishing, which is crazy, right? You'd think Conduit would be the punishing one, but with how Shadowpan works, it is so punishing if you get it wrong. If you get it wrong, your entire burst window, you've lost damage. If you get the RNG cycle wrong, which is not your fault, by the way, like, there can be some micromanaging of the RNG cycle, but not really. Like, you'd have to be, like... You'd have to be so switched on at that moment in time, like during a dungeon and stuff, to understand, okay, I don't have a shadow proc right now, I have a mastery, and I have a dodge proc that can ready to go. So if I send those two out, I know that I can guarantee to get shadow in the next 4 cycles after that. Otherwise, there's a guarantee that I potentially don't get shadow, like, soon. Like there's so much, like, micromanaging setup for that. Like, on top of tracking your flurry strikes, on top of tracking against all odds. I don't know. Shadowpan just... It's gone fully weak aura mode, and it's been weak aura mode all season, but it's not really mattered for most of it. But now it's like, if you don't have your weak aura trackers for Shadowpan, you can't play. I mean, you can play Shadowpan, but you will not be playing it very well, because you need to know what cycle in the window you're in. You need to know how much energy you have sent out. You need to know how much energy you're on prepping up your next burst window. You need to know how many stacks of against all odds you're on, because if that drops from 20, it's over. So you need to know that you need to send out a Tiger Palm now to keep that at 20. Like, whereas Conduit, you're kind of just managing Heart of the Jade Serpent windows, but I'll be honest with you, I rarely look at this button anymore. This little weak aura that, like, shows me my Heart of the Jade Serpent. Because I think once you played Conduit enough, you just kind of know. You just kind of, like, you get so many of these that basically all I'm tracking at the moment is Strike of the Windlord. When Strike of the Windlord is off a cooldown, I know Slicing Winds is off a cooldown, because I send them both at the same time. I always send Conduit at around 5 Gale Force, so I just track that now. I barely track Heart of the Jade Serpent windows, because you just have them up so often. Like, obviously, they'll be like, I'll look over it every so often, but it's not as, like, crucial as I think as it was in Season 2, where you didn't have as many, so they were a lot more vital, but now you're able to, like, get so many of them back to back to back to back. It's a lot less focus on it, because it generally is always up. Does that kind of make sense? So I feel like there's a lot less, like, that you're tracking different things now as Conduit, which is interesting. Anyway, nobody on the hit list. Well, actually, hold up. Oh, let me just take off some of these specs. So as you can see here, Resto Druid, 682k damage, S+ tier. We're going to cross that off real quickly. That is minute damage. Piss off. Brewmaster Monk, 3.28 million. Oh, that's just not quite 6.34. So we're going to cross that off as well. Ooh, so that's two big specs off the equation that can't keep up with Windwalker damage. All right, 2 down. About 30 to go. So with high MS and lag, you can't play Windwalker Monk well. No, I don't think you can't play Windwalker Monk well. Like I'm doing all right in the dungeons. But there's always that frustration that I'm having at the moment with like 150 ping, where if I press a strike of the Windlord, it sometimes won't register, as well as this like the spinning crane kick, the fact that you can Tiger Palm during a spinning crane kick. Sometimes it's really awkward with the input lag and stuff. Like you can't not play, like you can play anything with high ping, right? But it's a little bit more like, it's a little bit more frustrating, if that makes sense, because it's just so fast paced now. Like if you're on like 1 second left of your Heart of the Jade Serpent, you press Fist of Fury, but your ping is too late to register it in, you get a long Fist of Fury again, and a long Fist of Fury feels like a lifetime now, right? Like we're talking like a 2-3 second Fist of Fury. It feels so slow. Like even though that's like pretty much baseline last season, it feels like you're doing nothing. You just stood there, and you almost never want to be sending this out like that. Like you will here and there. But because you've got so much like energy regen and stuff like that, you want to be getting the fast Fist of Fury, so then you can send out your next abilities and whatnot. I will try the other build here. I will drop that and go for Zuin's Battle Gear, because I want to... So I'm finding a lot of the time I'm pressing Rising Sun Kick, right? Like I've pressed how many Rising Sun Kicks? 131 Rising Sun Kicks, so that's 131 opportunities I could have had at a faster Fist of Fury, like short Fist of Fury time. So I want to see how that compares, because I don't mind the harder hitting Fist of Fury, but I feel like I'm pressing Rising Sun Kick so often, maybe there's some value to getting them out faster. A 19! Yeah, go on then. I'm probably doing 19. A 12! Yeah, I'll sign up to that one as well. That's more my level. You're from the UK? Yeah, I am from the UK. Am I officially a VTuber now? Yeah, that's me. I'm Cat. I would join this 18-19, but they ain't gonna accept me. They ain't gonna accept me. I would actually prefer to do the 16. I will do the 12. It's the streets. Okay, I'll do a 12, and the reason I'll do a 12 streets is because I haven't done this dungeon properly yet, so I don't actually know how you play it. I didn't really play Shadowlands, so I don't really know any of the bosses either. So I kind of want to give this dungeon a go, just to see what it is. I remember, the one thing I remember in this is there was a mailbox boss, right? And I remember it being really annoying. How do I get out? It's not that... Okay, it's not that way. How do I escape this prison? Help. I'll just teleport. To Echo Dome Aldani? Okay, sure. You'd have loved Shadowlands Monk. Bone Dust Brew Monk was insane. Yeah, I played Rogue back then. I know. I only played the first tier, though. I only played, Denathrius tier. And I only played half of it. I mostly played Assassination, Subtlety, Rogue. Actually, that's not true. I played all 3 Rogue specs, actually. But I like Subtlety the most. You should add Zuin's Marcus to the cat, like Cyan Tiger Streaks. Yeah, I need to mess around with it. I did, I was looking for, like, masks and stuff. Like, you can, like, set it all up, but, like... It's like an OBS plugin. And then I tried to look for, like, how you do all of this, and there was, like... no descriptions on how you actually add masks and stuff. It just literally said... It said that it's possible to put different masks on. Good luck. I think I have to, like, maybe edit the cat myself. I was trying to look for, like, a little plushie you could put on the desk. I found one, but it didn't really fit. But he's good. I also can't change the keyboard, but it's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Like, pretty much all the buttons there I press, like 1 to 6 are all my keybinds. It would have been good to have a shift key, I think, because I shift click 1 to 6 as well. But other than that, all the buttons kind of make sense. He's just happy to be here. Look at him. He's just so happy to be here. He's happy to be bottom of the meters. He doesn't care. He's just chilling. Okay. Oh, that's cool. These dungeons are right next to each other. Also, tell me this zone isn't gorgeous, by the way. Like, hold up. Like, just tell me this zone isn't, like, immaculate. Like, oh my god. It is just really sick zone. And the raid looks really cool as well. If anyone got a time to, like, look around the raid and stuff during testing and stuff, like, just the visuals inside of there are just really nice. Not necessarily, like, inside the raid itself, but, like, if you, like, fight the Demon Hunter boss, for instance, and stuff like that, like, oh my god, it just looks so nice. They did they're just, the art team, like, always pops off, right? But this is just such a cool aesthetic. Like, it's just, like scarred earth. Really, really cool. Oh, okay, I guess I'm in. Is Windwalker Monk really the worst spec? I mean, that's what we're here to find out. I don't think so. I completely disagree with these tier lists that do say it's the worst spec. I think it's middle of the pack. But then my hot cope take is that you take it. Okay, hear me out, right? Okay, this is gonna sound crazy. But I think it will see play in the Race to War first. I do. I genuinely do. Maybe not on every single boss. But I think its strengths are single target, I think, at the moment. It has really decent single target, especially when you fully spec into it. I think there are enough single target bosses this tier that it will get a spot somewhere. I could see it. I could definitely see it. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a Mistweaver tier right now, and it's potentially a Brewmaster tier, but shit, why not Windwalker? I don't think it'll be in for every boss. Not a chance. But I could see it being in on here and there, especially if you got likes like Trill playing it, right? Like, let's be real, guys. Like, you get Trill in, it like he's gonna top the meters. Come on, let's be real. Like Fractilis, I could see Windwalker being really good for Fractilis. Lumathar, maybe not Plexus Center. I've been baited. This was meant to be streets. Fuck. All right, I guess I'm doing this place again. I was told this was streets. Oh! Oh! I'm a tweet. Wait, my my button's not working. It won't let me storm Earth and Fire. Why would it let me?
Target something first.
I don't know if that's a. I'm just gonna keep playing. It's over. It's over. This dungeon's over. No. What the fuck is going on? Am I crazy right now? Am I? Is crazy in the room with me? How have I died through? Didn't die once in that 15, by the way. No, actually, that's a lie. What killed me? Can I? Oh, I don't care. I do care. I really care, but I don't care at the same time. All right, well, we've got a bit of a task ahead of us. We've got to pull this back. Not impossible, but my god, it's going to feel so good when we do. Ooh. I've also desynced my conduit. Ooh, no. This is bad. This is really fucking bad. On the plus side, the Fury Warrior is also having a rough time. Bear in mind, he didn't die once. Let's bring up this tier list again. Above me, by the way. Above me, by the way. Above Windwalker. You off your nut. Bro, I see what's happening now. The tank is... I'm basically pulling aggro, is what's happening. Really, though? Really? This is like Season 2 all over again, but like at the start of Season 2. I didn't think it was possible for me to pull aggro anymore. Okay, we'll have to play differently then. Funny, because in the last dungeon I didn't pull any aggro right at all. I just have to be more sensible with my opener. So we're going for the other build here, which allows us to Fist of Fury a lot more, right? So this is the build I'm trying out here. Really bad representation of it, because I've died like 50 times. However... this is so cursed. So I think that Brewmaster from the last dungeon had the right idea. Like, genuinely the perfect idea for this. You just need to constantly, you essentially just need to keep pulling these away. Like, the Invigorate seems to be, like, too much, right? So by constantly moving, basically pathing backwards through the dungeon, this seems like the smartest way to play this. Because, like, you see, once these Invigorating Fish Sticks are down, like, we are in trouble. I mean, I guess the goal could be to just one-shot them. But I think what the other tank did was pretty smart. He seemed like he, like, has done this dungeon a lot to learn the pathing for it. I mean, I could easily just see Cryo target the Invigorates, right? But you probably don't want any of those ticks going off on these Murlocs.
I'm out of range.
Xbox, how do I hide details? Oh, I need to hold, go. Okay, I learnt my lesson. I learnt no lessons.
Crackle.
Oh, this is so bad. Cool's title is Windwalker, the worst spec in the game. Fucking plays like this. Help! This was meant to be a stream where, like, I highlighted that Windwalker was not the worst spec in the game, and everything was going to be okay, and we all need to stop booming, and then I do this. Guys, we need a new spokesperson for Windwalker. I'm cooked. Now, as crazy as it might seem, I think I can still pull it back. It's gonna take some... it's gonna take some real skill. But I think I can pull this back. It's only a 6 mil differential. I'm gonna need a few factors to go my way, though. Also, I should have sent out a mini burst window here. I'm just frazzled, I think. So now I've delayed it. Basically, because it had like 18 seconds on it, 1,000,000%. I'm trapped! Oh, we're safe. We're good. Yeah, well, I should have... yeah. I know what I should have done. So there, we just got a triple Fist of Fury. Those always feel good. Oh, this feels so bad for melee. Like, I'm a melee in a ranged world. Oh, okay. Oh, it's going fucking terribly, but I'm just... Fury Warrior! Oh, imagine playing Fury Warrior. You could be having a bad day, but remember remember with Windwalkers, like Fury Warriors are so... like they're in such a rough spot because of their capping and stuff. Like, their capping actually matters. Like, on this boss fight, I think they should pop off, right? But, like, if you've ever seen, like, a warrior in a Cinderbrew Meadery... warrior in Cinderbrew Meadery is the funniest thing. Alright, Chief, where am I going? See, this time it showed all of them at the same time. Sorry, I was waiting for my cooldowns, you know, they're important that I have them on the pool. Oh! He's confused. Oh, okay, okay. Never mind. He's probably fresh to playing Fury Warrior. Fresh to the dungeon as well. We'll allow it. No being toxic allowed. See, this is when I rodeo this hunter, if I can get my abilities off. Can I just stand in this? Wait, no, we've learnt before you cannot just stand in this. Or can I? Okay. If I use my brain and know that it's coming in, you can actually just run in a circle. Kinda good, kinda good. Noted, noted. But if you do stand inside of the beam, I'm pretty sure it's like a one-shot. It's more obnoxious than the one from Priory, because I feel like the Priory one you could take a tick. Like, you definitely could take ticks of damage from that one. This one is essentially just you are dead. Yes, phase again. Let me have my cooldowns back up. Oh no, I'm confused. Where do I go? Guys, where do I go? 10, 9, in here. Where do I go? Oh shit, now I need to actually put this in. Wait, no, I'm in the top left. No, I actually am confused. Oh, we got there in the end. Okay, we got our cooldowns.
Sanitizing
I told you, we're going to bring it back. It was a 6 million differential. Now, it's like a 3.4, 3.3. I'm going to bring this back. It's going to take some time. I believe it's only the pools that do damage, not the beam. Oh, really? That makes it even worse that I died to it previously. That means I just stood there and stood in the pool. Shit. Oh. I pressed Tiger Palm and the nameplate instantly turned beige. That is not good.
Super Saison. Super Saison.
Hunter, stop. What are Hunter's cooldowns? We're talking 2 minutes. We're talking 1 minute 30s.
You have a talent for acquiring intriguing artifacts. This
2
is
minutes,
found among
okay.
the ruins of the
Alright, so I have the advantage.
Ye have an eye for treasure.
Alright, I don't
but
think we'll
not
do this boss
smart
like
to stay away from.
we did previous.
Apologies, Captain. Please direct your grievances towards my associates.
Super Saison.
You love me.
Super Saison. Super Saison. Super
They don't stop casting. What's the point of interrupting them if they just don't stop casting? Tell me, Blizzard. They fully, like, they've doubled down on this as well. I've heard so many complaints from people like, You know, like, if a thing's casting and then you actually hit it with a kick, it, like, usually it's like 14 seconds, isn't it, the downtime? Like, the general downtime is about 14 odd seconds. But there's, like, a lot of mobs these days that, like, they'll get kicked, and then within, like, 4 seconds, they'll just start casting again. And it basically negates the kick. Like, I've kicked this ad, right? And now it's just... It's just back at it. And this is honestly what forces you to go these, like, CC chain comps, right? Because if you could, like, get away with just your kick, you could get away with, like, your kick, and you could do good CC and good callouts like that, you wouldn't... I don't think you'd be forced as much to play Vengeance Demon Hunter, or, like, the comps of Season 2. Like, obviously, still good specs, right? So you probably still play them anyway. But you see what I mean? Like, you're so focused on having to, like, chain CC now, and the concept they were going for was to remove that. Like, they wanted you to not play comps that chain CC. Well, what have they done? They've essentially... they made it even worse. I just don't get it. Oh shit, the tank did it. Oh, that's good. Thank you for the follow and the... Yeah, the follow and the YouTube subscription. Thank you, my dudes. Appreciate it. If you're joining midway through this dungeon and you're like, oh my god, what is going on? We had a little bit of a problem at the start of the dungeon. Don't worry about it too much. This is inaccurate damage. Trust me. Although, I don't think it would be much higher. Let's not get it twisted. Oh, this one to check. Okay, you cannot Tiger's Lust it. Okay. I thought there was potentially... Like, potentially that I thought there might be a way that you could Tiger's Lust it to get it off you, because it's a movement reduction effect. It's not. I mean, it makes sense, right? It is a chain. You are chained. You can't Tiger's Lust a chain off yourself, but... It's worth looking at. Oh, fuck me, this bad. So we can get a lot more Fists of Furies off with this build. But it's the judging up of, is it more valuable to get more Fists of Furies off or less Fists of Furies that do more damage? It's hard to tell. I feel like the difficulty is the fact that it's a 12 comparing 12 to a 15, right? I still think our boss damage is really good. Like, if there's one thing, like, the silver lining to everything so far is that every single boss I've done, I've been top damage, right? Like, then that's why I go back to my thing where I think in the raid, I genuinely think there'll be Windwalkers this tier. I don't think that's cope. Not every boss. Not every boss. You gotta be realistic. So I think there are some fights that really suit us. Like, especially if, like... I'm so sorry, Big Spider. I didn't mean you harm. Like, Fractilis is a great one, right? Because Fractilis is like a... it's like a 4-minute fight or something. Which means, like, that's just after our cooldowns, right? Or maybe it's 4:30, but even then... Like, if it's 4:30 and then you go into Enrage, well, then you're still getting another set of cooldowns off. What I'm trying to say is, I think, like, fights like that are really good. Like, even on the play testing, when Celestial Conduit was, like, at its weakest of PTR iterations, like, the damage was still good, right? And the specs that were beating at the time were things like Frost DK, which took a big hit, Boomkin, which is now dead, Hunters, but not the Marksman variety. We're talking about the Beastmaster ones, which were truly and utterly disgustingly broken. I could see it. I don't think it's cope. I think it is reasonable. Like, I still think our burst... I don't know if it's the best burst in the game, but it's definitely up there still. And then that brings me on to, like, bosses like... oh, what's he called? The Saladar? Salad Fingers? Yes, the last boss. Salad, right? It's predominantly a single target fight. And it has a damage amp phase as well. We love damage amps. Like, you get an ad set in the middle of it, but I don't think the ad set is how you're going to define your comp. I don't know. I could see it. It really depends. I think it depends on the thing of, do you need certain utility to kill the bosses? If you need certain utility, then we lose the spot, right? I think. Because there's no actual utility that we're going to bring that would make us needed for a fight. Whereas, the greatest example is Death Knights, right? If you need grips on a fight, you're taking grips on that fight, right? And then that would be like a potential spot. Like, let's say Death Knights aren't the highest damage, well, but you need the grips of the fight. Or you need 2 Warlocks, you need 2 portals. You have to have 2 portals for this boss fight. That's the spot gone, right? Like, for getting damage or anything like that, we struggle with, like, actually bringing something that you need for a fight.
I will unmake you.
Oh, well. So this is, like, an actual strat for this boss. This is the second time I've seen this happen. I'm going to have to pull back a lot of damage on this last boss here to really make up the deficit. Not impossible. There is a world where I sacrifice the hunter's life. I'm not sure how I'd go about doing that, though. So I need to turn these damage numbers off. I had them on because I was testing the spinning crane kick thing the other day, and I've just left them on. Oh, I don't like damage numbers. Boss!
This power is lost. Bow before cartel's soul.
Yeah, I'm at the start.
You are nothing.
Well, shit. I think this works.
Dare you hinder
It
me?
felt like it worked. I feel like that was not how you meant to do that, but it worked, no?
The tools of creation at my command. Around, I can feel the tools of creation at my command.
I don't think I get another burst window here. By that I mean I don't think I get another like actual 1 minute 30, so I'm setting up my Storm Earth and Fire here. I think the boss dies within 50 seconds.
Mine to control.
That hunter? What does that even mean? Oh, the hunter's doing mechanics that I don't have to deal with. Based.
Bow before cartel's soul. You are
Uh-oh.
nothing.
Yep, this pathing makes sense. If you don't think about it.
You are nothing.
Oh god, I still have a thing on me. I'm probably defensive.
How dare you hinder me?
When in doubt, pop a defensive and let someone else deal with it.
The tools of creation.
Bad news, we are going to get another set of cooldowns here, but it's actually not too bad. It just means that I probably should have sent out Storm Earth and Fire within a window. Like, potentially the previous one, or this one right here, like double Storm Earth and Fire it.
I can feel them all. The tools of creation at my command.
Oh! Oh, fuck me. I mean, we tried. we really did try to pull it back. I think I made up a fair bit of the difference. It started off horrendously. Oh, man. And I play this boss abysmally.
Our paths crossed, more walker.
It makes sense. I just don't understand. What I don't understand about this boss is how does it choose who you're shooting an arrow to? If I understand that part of it, then this boss is trivial, right?
Until our
But I feel like
fortunes
it's random.
meet again.
I don't think it is random though. But like, so how do I know which player I'm going to shoot a red line to, right? If we're all stood around this circle like this, but I send it to the guy over in Africa, is that our positioning that's wrong, or did I need to position correctly? It's pretty random. Okay, it is random, so you just got to work with it. Oh, in that case, I played this boss immaculately then. In that case, I couldn't have done it better if I tried, and I really did try. Alright, back to the tier list. We can take some more names. Prot Warrior, it just doesn't quite do the damage Windwalker does, so I don't know what they're talking about in this tier list. S+ damage? Sit. Fury Warrior? Oh, come on. Come on. I mean, I might as well just take off arms as well. Let's just, like, cut the middleman. You're not seeing an arms this tier, so I'm just going to do a double whammy. I think that's fair, right? We all agree? I'm going to calculate both of those into the damage. Warrior just as a spec, just... maybe next expansion. Oof, that Fury damage. Yeah, I think the player was, testing stuff. It's always difficult in PTR, though, because I could be playing against, like, the world's best hunter. I could be playing against the, like, so this is all for fun and games, right? I'm not, like, really being serious here when I'm, like, crossing off things or whatever. It's all joke. It's all fun. It's more just I'm more focusing on my damages, right? So like that previous dungeon we did, tell me I didn't delete it. I always delete logs because I'm an idiot. No, I didn't. So this is like the previous one, right? And it's hard to judge the hunter because I think that's good damage, like really good damage. But I don't know if that's like nerf-worthy damage. Potentially not. Potentially they're happy with when marksman is because I'm pretty sure they changed it recently. But I'm mostly looking, like, at the moment I spend a lot of time looking at Frost DK because they were king and then they got nerfed, like, quite a lot to, like, a reasonable amount. So doing, like, relatively comparable damage to a Frost DK is quite good. But it's always so hard to tell on the PTR. Really, really hard to tell. What I can tell, though, is I actually didn't like that build. In a weird way. Like, I was a massive fan of the Zuin's Battle Gear build originally for AoE. But I think Theory Crafters are right. I think it's just unnecessary. I think, like, it's not even the fact that you're getting more Fists of Furies off and they do less damage. I actually think it feels clunky in the basis that you are actually being forced to send out more Rising Sun kicks. Like, initially, I think before I tried out this version of the build, I was fine with that, because I'd obviously accepted my fate, accepted that this is how you played it. You Rising Sun kicked in single target, in AoE even. But actually, after playing the Transfer the Power build, it feels pretty rough, because I feel like you lose a lot of spinning crane kick casts, or you also, like, miss out on, like, whirling dragon punches and stuff like that. So you actually, like, lose a lot of your, what do I want to call them? Like, your non-Fist of Furies. It's like, because there's Fist of Fury, right? And then there's your other abilities. I just love how much damage Slicing Winds does now. I think in Season 2 it was kind of a joke ability in damage-wise. Like, it looked like it did a lot, but it would be, like, 10% of your damage. Now this thing is slapped. You just cast it so much more often is the genuine reason for it. You're casting it essentially every 18 seconds if you're chain pulling non-stop forever and ever and ever. Like, spinning crane kick is just not as valuable anymore, but that's basically just because you're just not pressing it as much. you just got so many other buttons that you need to press that are more important. I don't know, I think the playstyle loop is really fun. Oh, I need to actually switch that. It's not like Windwalker needs to be mentioned, we just need the top specs to get nerfed. I mean, I say that a lot as well, on the stream. It's like, obviously, if you enjoy playing a spec, right, and you enjoy seeing your spec in the patch notes getting buffed and stuff, but it's just as valuable to see another spec get nerfed, right? Like, if like, one spec is absolutely going crazy, like, right now, in my opinion, I think Marksman Hunter's really good, and then I'll see the next patch notes and they've nerfed Marksman Hunter, then I think, okay, inadvertently, technically a little bit of a nerf to my spec. My spec has gained some, like, if that makes sense, you've gained, like, you've gained nothing, but the strongest specs are coming more down to earth, and that's happened over the PTR cycle. DK's the best example of it, right? DKs were absurd, and now they're still good, but they come back to earth. Moonkin, not survival, Beastmaster Hunter's another great example. They were stupidly busted, like, it was insane. They would, like, they were nerfed by 30%, their, Stampede. It was absurd damage. So now they've all switched to Marksman again. Because it was just such a big nerf, right? Like, it's kind of crazy when you think about it. Yeah, I'm just... I just want to know what their final thoughts are on this final iteration of our tier sets, right? Because I'm trying to do this like guide at the moment, right? But I can't even like come up with these sections for Shadowpan and stuff because I don't think Blizzard are sure what they're doing with our tier sets, and that's like the weird thing. Like in my mind, I've been thinking like, what worries me the most is how our power is tied to the other specs of Monk. I think I mentioned it in the State of Windwalker video, but like what worries me the most is that all of our power is tied into our tier sets, but our tier sets are tied to other specs, right? And Conduit is tied to Mistweaver, and Mistweaver is also getting this massive haste buffs and stuff, so they are like really crazy. Not in M+, in M+, they're apparently not very good, but in the raid, apparently they are crazy good right now. And Brewmaster as well is doing a ton of damage, which, like, tinfoil hat on, I think that's probably why they initially started putting in that 150 energy thing spent for Windwalker, for both specs on Flurry Strikes that they haven't committed to. But like, my concern is there a way for them to, if they nerf, like, can they nerf the Mistweaver tier set without nerfing the Windwalker one? Like, is the implementation of the tier sets, do they work like that? Like, so I don't know if they work like that, because if they can do that, then I'm not dooming so much. So then if they think Mistweaver's too strong, then they can nerf their version of the tier set. But if they can't really do that, then you both take the hit. Does that kind of make sense? So that's like my biggest worry when it comes to our tier set and power, is that our other specs are really good. So if Blizzard see the Race to World first and they're running, I don't know, let's just be crazy here, and let's say they're running 3 Mistweaver monks for some reason, well, they're going to hit Mistweaver monk with a nerf. They're probably going to nerf the tier set, because they'll be like, this haste is ludicrous. You're sat on 200% haste for like 30 seconds. That's just illegal for a healer. They hit the tier set haste, but does that also affect us? Can they do it in a way that it doesn't hit us as well? Because right now, the tier set it applies for both, right? So the only difference being like the triggers, right? So for them it's Shaylin's gift. It is something else as well. I know it's Shaylin's gift, but it's a couple of other things. That's all I'm wondering is like, can they target one without hitting the other? Because if not, then I'm like, ah, shit, that's not good. I hope Mistweaver won't pump so much next season so I can still play Windwalker Conduit. Yeah, I think in M+, the consensus is they're not great, but from speaking to like healers in my raid and stuff, they're like, right now it is kind of broken in a sense. And that's never what you want to hear about another spec. Especially now one that you share your tier set with. Like, 'cause at first I was really excited for tier sets, like being hero talent focused, right? But I kind of looked at it through a tunnel vision sense of Shadowpan Windwalker, Conduit Celestial Windwalker. I didn't take into consideration the big picture of Conduit, Windwalker, and Mistweaver, Shadowpan, Windwalker, and Brewmaster, and how those link together, right? Because if one's really strong, how does that impact the other one? So I think that's like another reason why we've gone through so many iterations of the tier set as well. I think because they're like looking at it for both, right? Like they're seeing how it works with Mistweaver, seeing how it works with Windwalker. Shadowpan, I fucking don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. I promise you, they don't know what they're doing. They're like, but I think if they change, like Shadowpan's already so far behind. If they change it to this 150 energy thing, I think that just kills it. Like straight up kills it. But like the only reason when I think about the 150 energy, I think, are they doing that for Brewmaster? Do they believe that Brewmasters are sending out too many flurry strikes during Weapons of Order, and that's why they kind of want to reduce it to 150, because they can just send out Tiger Palms, right? So like my concern is, are they trying to target Brewmaster damage, but then we get hit in the crosshairs? Are they going to commit to it? Who knows? We're like 2 weeks out. I've got a guide to make. Blizzard, can you make it your minds, please? Because I'm trying to... if they don't know what they're doing, I don't know what they're doing. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with tier sets. The Master of Harmony set gives more damage to Brew than to Mistweaver for their 2-piece, so it should be possible to split between specs. That is good to know. So that's how I hope they do it. I hope they don't just go for a blanket nerf, right? Or a blanket change to it, and then it hits both specs. I really hope that if they do want to make changes, they just hit, like, they do it in a way where it just affects the one spec or whatnot. I'm sure they can do it. because the thing is, I think this is like how Windwalker plays at the moment. It's not absurd. Our damage isn't crazy. We're not busted. It's not season 2 again. But my big concern is they revert it back to the previous version of Conduit for whatever reason, and that feels really bad. Like, it feels really clunky. Cooldowns do not line up nicely with your 1-minute 30s. Like, it just plays really awkwardly. It just feels like, because you feel this, it feels slower. It's weird. I feel like you go back to not stacking Strike of the Windlord and Slicing Winds potentially as well, and I actually really like stacking these two together. It means that you don't have to micromanage heart as much. Like, having to play the mini game of making sure you guarantee your Slicing Winds after your Strike of the Windlord window, like one after another, one after another, one after another, one after another. That's like, it actually takes a lot of like focus to like be constantly keeping that chain going. Whereas it's a lot more simpler to go, I press Strike of the Windlord, now I Slicing Winds, now I forget about those buttons for 17, 18 seconds. Oh, they're back up, press them again together. Whereas before it was Strike of the Windlord, now I've got to track my 6 seconds. Slicing Winds, now I've got to track my 8 seconds. When Strike of the Windlord coming back up, okay, send it, now I've got to track my 6 seconds. 6 seconds, finish. You know what I mean? Like, I felt like it was a bit more. And it did less damage, right? It did less damage for more work. Also, only looking at overall damage doesn't give you a good picture of how good Spec is. No, of course. I said that like the start with this tier list. This is more just like a joke sort of thing. Like even though like for instance, like you got to take in consideration because this was made by Yoda, right? Yoda, pretty decent M pluser, I'd say. Makes a few videos on M plus. You know, cooks up a couple of roots for M plus as well. You know, I'd say he dabbles. I'd say he's pretty good at what he does. So it's more just like a joke thing, putting Windwalker in B. Which I do disagree with. To be, like, let's make that clear. I don't think we're B. I think I do think this part's crazy. But I do understand like we're not like genuinely I think we're A. I just think it's crazy to put us in B. That's all. Like obviously you got to take utility into effect. It's why I think Warriors are up here in A above Windwalker. Even though I think their damage is awful, they bring the buff, you know. And physical comp's looking kind of, you know, interesting at the moment. So potentially you're probably not taking a prot warrior, you probably take the brewmaster. Well, then you're gonna have to take one of these little fellas over here, and that kind of gives him a bit more of a higher ranking. So like I do understand it. I'm just more like pissing about with it. I disagree with this though. There should be in the A tier. It's just funny that 1 DPS spec at the bottom, and it's this little fucking blue tiger face. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Oh, it's all right. They'll all see. They'll all see when next season comes out. Oh my god, they're gonna learn. They're gonna learn today the power of Windwalker. No, there've been no changes this week at all. Interesting. It's weird. They usually do. I mean, they're very indifferent about when they make the patch notes, but it's usually at least once a week, right? Like last week, I think they did it 3 times, 2 or 3 times. Nothing this week. They did do those dungeon changes, but it's been a very lax week for any sort of changes at all. Interesting. I imagine quite a big one next week, just like an overall final tuning and stuff. Maybe they're just trying to collate a lot of data at the moment. Maybe they're trying to fix a lot of problems as well. Like, just like Shadowpan, I'm probably sure like whoever's working on Monk right now is absolutely like tweaking at the moment. Like, why is Shadowpan not working? Potentially they turned it off for a reason. Maybe they're trying to like work something out like that. Who knows with the PCR? They do what they do. How do I make this Heart of the Jade Serpent tracker? So what I did is I went to weak auras. So this is like a really baseline one. Oh my god, look at my screen one. You see all my weak auras. It's crazy, dude. And all I did is I go to pre-made auras. I pressed icon. Icon size doesn't really matter. You can go whatever icon size you want because you can change that later. So let's say we go default. And then all I'm tracking is buffs, and it is buffs, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah, and then Heart of the Jade Serpent, I just pressed that one. And then I had it as always show the aura highlight if buffed, right? And now it's the exact same thing. And then when I get my, it should just stay there, right? So now I've got 2, and then if I get Heart of the Jade Serpent, it activates. The only thing to note with this one is that it's interesting. if you do strike the Windlord into slicing winds, it doesn't add their 2 times together. It will do the 6 seconds. Your 6 seconds will run out, and then it will continue where slicing winds should be. So that's the only downside to this tracker. I'm personally used to it. Like, so I always know in my head that when this timer runs out, I know that there's another, like, I want to say, like, 2... It should be 2 seconds, right? Something like that. But there's more time coming afterwards for me to still get it out. But I'm sure there's some more integrated actual Heart of the Jade Serpent windows that actually will take into account this. I'm not sure if this will change for live, but I feel like it won't. I feel like I think it's going to have something to do with the fact that, like, there's just so many different IDs for Heart of the Jade Serpent at the moment. I don't think this tracker's gonna it's gonna do it like that. It only really matters for when you press these two at the same time. I mean, yeah, arguably, and it's why as well that I kind of use Gale Force now as a notifier for when to press Conduit instead of using my Heart of the Jade Serpent and Burst windows. It's just easier for me to track than having to worry about what time is this on for Conduit. I look at Gale Force, see how many seconds it's on, and that's when I know to send it. But I'm sure other people have made like some really good ones. If you type in like Heart of the Jade Serpent, that probably will integrate it like that. But I don't know if it's difficult to do. Is all. Get rid of that. I think you can edit it if you go into trigger. I think you can make it prioritize longest duration. Oh, okay. Shit. Hold up. Trigger. Now this is where my brain goes blank. This is where my brain goes. Oh, preferred match. Most remaining time. Oh, shit. Hold up. I need something to... I need something to smack. You, duel me. Duel me. That's not going to work. Wait, I just got in a dungeon. Hold up. I just got in a dungeon.
Do not allow the beauty of Tazavesh to
Is this a dungeon? This isn't a dungeon. What the fuck am I right now?
It would be my pleasure.
Oh, cool. There's a dungeon. All right.
The cosmic backwash was turbulent. This is as close as I could get you.
Oh my god. I mean, I died, but it did actually work. That's cool. I didn't know that. I'm so smooth-brained when it comes to weak auras. That actually saves a lot. I'll need to up my weak aura description as well. That's a really useful one, being able to track your longest one. The things you could do if you actually just looked. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Appreciate it. Right, so we are going to do some more dungeons, obviously. We like dungeons here. I'm just going to go grab a drink. And hopefully this fills out a bit more. I thought there'd be more people playing at this time. Can NA wake up, maybe? Everybody set your NA alarms and tell them to wake up, because it's dungeon o'clock on a Friday. Yeah, let me just... That is not the correct text. I mean, I kind of want to leave that up anyway, because that's funny. Wait, no, I don't have 2 texts, do I? Oh, I'm going to have to get rid of it. Oh, fuck it. I'm just going to use my break icon. I mean, I have it for a reason, right? All right, but it won't be a sec. Like, 3 minutes? Hey, thank you for the Prime Yarlick V. Appreciate it. It's really kind of you. Oh shit, looks like no one's playing. This is fine. We will make a dungeon. I want to try... So I want to try Streets. Because as I said earlier, Streets is a dungeon that I've literally not run. I'll only do it on like a 12 or something. Because, as I said, I've not run it. I don't know what any of these bosses do. I think it should be alright. I should be able to find players. Take a couple of minutes. I need to actually make the key as well. Let's do that in the meantime. Also, I probably should change screens, right? That helps as well. Yeah, we like that. Yeah, that works for me as well. Also, thank you for all the follows. I have time now, because I'm waiting for a dungeon group to form, so I'll shout you all out. Yarlick, obviously, for the prime and the follow. Hermanus, it's Pesk, Maximus Dole, Zerao Windwalker, Casmit V, Rainlaw. Oh my god, there's too many. Too many. Guys, calm down. Topo, Flinley, Eloin, Devil's Media TV, Diosa, Laquest Me, Shinichi, Liao Waifu, Raima, Skoy, Mizu, Omu, X-Gunlord 69X, great name by the way, X-Gunlord 69X. Avenir 89, I don't even think I thank you for the prime. I'm really sorry about that, but thank you. I might have done, I don't know, I get very lost when I'm playing dungeons. Oh my god, Blame CDN, Zaildras, Twin Blade, I don't even know how to say this one, this is insane. Penurdic for RRO, absolutely butchered that one, I'm so sorry. And Stavolinsky, I think that's everybody, thank you so much. And of course, Kozcock. Kozcock? Oh, so bad. So bad at, like, these usernames. Everybody's got such crazy, hard to pronounce names. I need to, like, why can't we all just be PTR Porner? Or Noob Mage? Oh, so easy to say. Oh, fucking, it's Pesky Pesk. Uh-huh? How do I even pronounce that? Alright, we got Noob Mage. A lot of mages on the PTR. If I had to say, like, what I think people would play next year, it's gonna be... You're gonna see so many mages, so many Death Knights. Like, Death Knights are flooding the PTR. Hunters, everyone's playing a Hunter. Like, everyone and their mum is on a Hunter right now. It's kind of crazy, actually. In terms of tanks, I'd say there's a lot of Prot Warriors. Darkline, as in Darkline the Monk? Doubt, but maybe, probably not. But yeah, there's a lot of Prot Warriors, a lot of Brewmasters. Healers are interesting. I don't actually... Healers are actually... There's quite a variety of them at the moment. I've seen a fair few Mistweavers. I've seen a lot of Resto Druids. And Priest, obviously. But, like, not many others. I'd say healers have been, like, the most, like, diverse. Like, there's quite a few of them. But, like, when I say, like, tanks, I mean, like literally every other dungeon is a Prot Warrior. Or every other dungeon is a Brewmaster. Like, every dungeon has a DK in it. Every dungeon has a mage in it. Healers can be whatever, really. Now, I don't think there's going to be meta, right? That's not like a meta take on what might be people playing, but it's just like interesting to see what everyone's trying out and stuff. Good gauge of what you're probably going to see in your keys next tier. Also, this FF15 thing, fucking horrendous. I'm not happy with it. I was trying to do like a video the other day. I wanted to do like a little, like a Halls of Atonement video. I was like gonna just try run a Halls of Atonement, just talk about some stuff. Like not a stream sort of thing. I couldn't get it done. Like, every time I went to a Halls of Atonement, FF15. Like, and don't get it wrong, right? People can just leave your dungeon, right? So like that was always a thing. People could just leave. But I feel like it just feels worse when you see this little vote pop up in the right-hand corner. It just makes me think I'm playing League. And I just watch one by one, they all press it. And I'm just like, no, guys, please. It like, start as it's PTR. Let's just continue the dungeon and just play the dungeon outright. Oh, it just feels so... It just feels worse because I feel like you have no say in it. I feel like when like your tank left and stuff, it sucked. I don't know. I feel like it's just a mental thing. But I just see this little box pop up and I'm like, please, guys, just don't FF. Please, we don't need to do this. And then the final vote goes through and you can't do anything. You're just ported out the dungeon and that's it. It's over. Like, it's a good system, but I feel like it feels awful. Like, It's gonna feel so bad if it's your key. Like, I know at higher keystone levels and stuff, if a dungeon's over, obviously. But I think it's just a mental thing of seeing this thing pop up and you're just like, oh no, please, guys, come on. Please, no. How's Deb? I think I've had Dev described to me as a glass cannon. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I think it's probably the best Evoker spec, right? I think Org's kind of in the gutter at the moment. From reading my Discord logs of my resident Orgvoker from the guild who loses his mind every single time that Org doesn't get a buff. Yeah, he's described Dev as like a glass cannon. I think it'll still do damage, but I feel like the glass cannon part is the worrying part, right? Obviously, where it probably will just get like nuked by stuff. So I don't know if it'll be. So that's the weird thing with evokers as well, right? They're not guaranteed of raids, but obviously this tier they're really good. Like they just scaled really well. Like I forget what week it was. It must have been like week 5 or something. They reached the top and then they didn't move. They're like the best raid spec I think at the moment, just damage wise. I don't know if that'll be Mythic Plus, the Mythic Plus spec, because I think that's where Glass Cannon probably becomes worrying, right? So if you're a spec that does really high damage in M+, but you cannot survive the damage that's coming out, then you're probably not going to be very good, are you? Like you need a spec that does good damage but can actually survive. That's why like DKs and stuff are so good, because they're doing good damage and they've got really good survivability as well. So, okay, I guess I think it'll be fine. I mean, let's consult the tier list. A. Is that correct? Yeah. And you might be thinking to yourself, wait, is that prayer? I don't even know what do evokers spec? No, that's prayers. No, that must be Org then. Wait, they put Org above Windwalker. No, wait. Bro, what do these dragon icons even look like? Is Org even on this? Wait. Org's not even here. And you might be thinking that I've cut it off. This is it. This is where it finished. Like it went S to B. That's what Yoda did. S to B. He didn't even put Org on the list. Oh, bro, that sucks. I personally prefer the Petco tier list. I'll show you that one. That's my all-time favorite. And you'll understand why once I show you. This is the Petco tier list. Starting from the top are your best specs. Frost Death Knight. And you might see Windwalker Monk's pretty high up there. Yeah, I like this tier list. He's on something. He's cooking. He understands. He understands what he's talking about. Very respectable gamer. Very respectable gamer. Arcane Mage, Havoc Demon Hunter, Demo, Marksman, Frost Mage, Assassination, Fire Mage, Windwalker Monk. And what's funny is he watched my video and then came up with this observation. So you're welcome, boys. We're good because he watched me do the he watched me run that Priory of Flame. Like the one dungeon where I actually did decent damage in. He watched that one video and was like, yes, Windwalker's good. So and it's based as well because he has Orgvoker at the bottom. Imagine. Warriors in their rightful place, down low. Yep, I believe it. Balanced Druid got gutted. Destro Warlock in the bin. I like this tier list. A respectable man, respectable tier list. I can see it. I approve of these rankings. Windwalker in the top 10? Yes, absolutely. Perfectly done. You still have the break screen active on YouTube? That's not possible. Are you sure do I? I'm on YouTube right now. It's I'm looking at it right now. Unless I just switched it. It also paused. I was gonna say that'd be so confusing because the only thing that could make that happen is the YouTube stream broke. Like that would be the only answer for that one. The YouTube stream had literally broken because it's like it's a joint stream system thing where they both share the same thing at the same time. make Feral meta so I can be happy. I think Feral's in a good spot. Like, I think Feral might actually be good because of the physical comp, right? Like in a strange way. Like physical comp has been on the rise in season 2, right? Obviously, it's not quite the meta comp of Vengeance, Demon Hunter, Mage, whatever DK, whatever it was. But like, I feel like at one point, suddenly physical comps were like jumping out of nowhere. They just suddenly appeared, right? And it was your prot warrior, your hunter, your rogue, your shamans, your feral druids, your resto shamans. Like these specs all like appeared, and they do well. I think feral, if like physical comp can actually get like a good start after the season, there's a good comp around it. I could see it being I could see them taking it if its damage is good enough. Like what would physical comp be right now? Let's consult the tier list. If we were to go off of this tier list right now, because if anyone's to know, I'd say Yoda. Yoda probably is pretty in the know of how Spec should work. I'd probably say, where are they? Ooh, that's not great. Like if I was to make a physical comp off of this one tier list, I would probably play Brewmaster Monk. Gives you mark of gives you Mystic Touch even. The issue is would you play a warrior? You'd have to, right? Or then even then would you go prot warrior and then pick up the Mistweaver? Healing's pretty important, no? Healing's, and you got Resto Shaman up here. This is why I don't like tier list. This is why I'm pissing about with this tier list and stuff. I don't like tier lists. And the thing with tier lists is they're good content, but the issue with tier lists is every fucking person has a different opinion on what the tier list should be. And so you get like this conflicting overload of information from 10 different people telling you 10 different best specs in the game at like any given time, week after week after week. And you get to the season and you're like, I have no idea what to play because I've got 10 people telling me 10 different things. And then you don't want to, like, 'cause a lot of players don't want to make the wrong choice, right? Because Mythic Plus is like quite important. Like a lot of players play M+, you want to get your 10s, your 12s, maybe you want to push a little bit. And like, I don't know. It's just so much conflicting information at once. All I can say concrete is that Windwalker is really good. I was going to say sucks, but no, that'd be fucked up. Also, we're tank. Hello, we're tank for my plus 12. We know the creators are farming ad revenue for money. We don't listen to it until the last week. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing as well, right? It's obviously like they do it for every like patch notes for the PTR, right? And yeah, of course, like making a living. Sure, that's fine. But yeah, it's a good thing to look at it. Like, don't look at it until like their final cooked up version of it, right? Like, what are their final opinions on it? But even then, I guarantee, like, you'll have the final iterations of the tier list, and they'll also be slightly different. It really depends what content you're pushing, right? So at the end of the day, let's say this tier list is like 1,000,000% accurate, right? This one tier list that you've got up is 1,000,000% accurate. Everything's perfect in order. S+ is S+, D tier is D tier. Really, that only impacts like the marginal amount of players that are pushing super high M+, or are pushing like really high raid rankings and stuff like that, right? What the fuck? Everybody just left. That's fucked up. Oh. Let me in. Wait, no. Get out my group, new mage. No. He makes caveman noises to get into a group. I want to get in the streets really bad. Really bad. I'll even whisper them something. I was going to whisper them please, but that sounds so desperate. Actually, I'm not going to whisper them please. How did this one fill up instantly? I just want to play the game. What was I talking about? Tier lists. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a thing, right? Like, I feel like a lot of guilds will, like, look at, like, Race to World First and stuff like that. But a lot of it doesn't actually impact, like average guilds and stuff. If that kind of makes sense. But, like, I feel like people do get very, like, meta brain locked, for instance. It's just not worth it. Like, unless you are straight up pushing, like, super high content, then yes, for sure. But like Windwalker's a great example, right? Last tier, really good, and loads of people switched to Windwalker, which is cool. I love that everybody switched to Windwalker because it's a great spec. But now that like it doesn't look like it's going to be as strong, you get a lot of people that jump off of it, right? Because they're like, oh, I want to play something that's maybe stronger this tier or whatnot. But like for the majority of like content, you'll still be fine with Windwalker, right? Like you will still be able to kill like these bosses if you're like, let's say you're in like, I don't know, 500, 1000 guild, or you just want to get like 3000 IO or something. You just gotta play what you want. It's not just Windwalker, right? Just play whatever. I feel like everything's just so min-max these days. Like, even if I wasn't streaming or making YouTube content at all, I would still be playing Windwalker. Like, I just love this spec. So it's a little bit like, maybe it's like One Trick Brain or something. But I don't know. I just think you just play what you enjoy. Because if you play it a lot, then you get better at it, right? It's like anything. I don't even know where I'm going with this. I don't even know where I'm going with this. Just play what you want, you guys. It'll be fine. The sandbagging on PTR could have saved Texas from the floods. I've heard a lot of people talk about sandbagging on the PCR and stuff. I don't know. I think Blizzard like can tell stuff like that, right? Right? Is that a crazy take? Like, because for every I'm not dousing it, right? I'm not saying that people aren't sandbagging, but for every person that's sandbagging, you probably had someone else in the PTR that was just playing, you know, just playing their dungeons, playing the PTR, raid testing and stuff. And surely they're just gonna like sandbagging won't impact. It's like how lots of people like go. You know when like Max does his final stream and he brings all the like the people in to talk about the specs and does his final tier list and everybody thinks, oh my god, you need to sandbag on this. If you say that Feral Druid is S+ tier, Blizzard's gonna nerf it before the season comes out and stuff like that. And stuff like that doesn't impact at all, right? Like, and I know that some people like do sandbag that, or some people like maybe like overestimate it and stuff like that. But like, it just all doesn't matter. Like, like they will have all their internal data. I think people overestimate like stuff like that. Where am I going? Is this streets? Do I finally get to do a street? Hype? Oh, this is the... Wait. No. Oh, I thought they were all in Gambit. I was going to tweak for a second there. I thought they were all about to like... Wait, where are you going? Wait, no, where are you going? No, it's Echo Dome Aldani! Oh, that's fine, actually. I can just, How do I get out of this place? I hate this dungeon. How do I escape? How do I get out this forsaken place? I'm not going to Valdrakken. Valdrakken will crash my piece. Oh. This just in. If you want to leave a dungeon, you tend to want to go through the portal at the start of the dungeon. That kind of helps, right? Yeah. It's over here. It's just over here. Good morning. What do I think will be the best trinket for Windwalker? I think that trinkets are still going to get buffed and nerfed, right? I mean, I've just been running one pair of trinkets on the PCR, really. It doesn't mean that I think they're going to be the messer ones, right? I've been running Lily of the Eternal Weave. It's really undertuned at the moment, but it is a 1 minute 30 mastery trinket. There's also potential that you might run Raz's Ritual Forge, which is a 2 minute trinket, which sounds crazy for Conduit, right? But there might be the potential that the agility that it gives you might be so good that you play a 2 minute trinket. Similar to Signet, but it might be better than Signet, where Signet like always felt a bit bad. This is probably the better version, but to be confirmed if that will actually be useful. For Shadowpan, I think you'd run a Raz's Ritual Forge, because I think you're going to play 2 minute Shadowpan. 1 minute, I don't know. There is like potential for 1 minute 30 Shadowpan. I've got a build here, but I hate it. Like I think it plays awfully. But that's just personal preference on it. And then I'm running Improvised C4 and Pacemaker again, predominantly just because it was such a good trinket in Season 2. Nothing much has changed with it. And crit, it still has value, right? Like, crit still got the same value it basically had last year, more or less, where it's not your best 2 stats, but eventually you'll run into a spot where you've got enough of your best 2 stats, and the Sims want you to get crit and burst. It's a good passive trinket, but I've heard, like, Energy Drink. I've heard Energy Drink from the Delves is going to be good. Funhouse Lens has high potential as well. Very similar trinkets to last season, I think. Like the Delve trinkets seem like they might be very similar in power. There was like a Doom Idol or something. But I think that got nerfed because that was absurdly broken. But basically, there's still like the sims aren't properly there for trinkets just yet, and there's going to still be like sets of trinket nerfs and buffs and stuff. So I've just been running really basic, simple conduit trinkets, if that makes sense. Like 1 minute 30 crit buff. Nothing exciting. Nothing that exciting. Unyielding Nether Prism, I think, was the most appealing. Don't know if that got nerfed. I'm not sure. It's in my bag somewhere. I was running it a fair bit, but I had an issue with tracking it. Which comes back to weak auras. Where is it? Nether... Oh, I don't have it. Why don't I have it? Oh, yeah, because they reset our characters before raid testing. I never picked it up again. Yeah, I ran it initially. I thought it was okay, but I needed to be able to track it right, and I couldn't get a natural. I couldn't set up a weak aura for it because my brain's smooth. So I was trying to, like, I was essentially trying to track it in the top right corner of my screen. I was like, nah, I just can't do this on the PTR. I give up with this one. Basically, Spy Masters, right? Spy Masters V2, but not as strong as original Spy Masters. I could see it being like one of those trinkets where if you're in a raid encounter and P2 damage is really fucking important, like really important, and you're stacking this thing up to get your, like, essentially your Spy Master's burst, you would probably take that to then empower your final, like, burst of damage. Let's say P1 damage isn't really that important. I'm trying to think of bosses like that, though. Maybe... Oh, Saladar. Saladar P1 probably doesn't matter too much, but you probably need everything for P... like, the end of the fight when things get really out of control and it's a race against time with those orbs. Forge Master. Maybe Forge Master of Raz, it could see potential, because obviously, once again... Although, damage during the fight does actually matter for that one. Like, it's just when you get to the final phase, then it's a race against time, but damage does matter prior. I'm sure it'll have its niches. I don't know. I'm in the boat of just let the Sims work it out for me, honestly. like, I can speculate in trinkets all day, but at the end of the day, a Sim is just going to tell me. Like, let the computer work it out for me.
Our defenses, and our wastelanders are destroying the domes. They must be stopped.
Hello? How'd they jump over this? Huh?
There is nothing to keep the devourers out.
So this is the new dungeon. For anyone that hasn't seen the new dungeon at all, this is it. You need to be careful on aggro here, because I Tiger Palmed and instantly stole aggro. That's cool. And we have gone back to transfer the power. Which means less Fist of Furies, but more powerful Fist of Furies, if that makes sense. Oh, my buttons. Is he blaming input lag again? Classic. But no cap, for real, input lag. Alright, it's me versus 2 mages. I'm about to knock 2 mages off of my hit list. That's going to be pretty exciting. The fact that they didn't do 30 million damage on pull already makes me know that I've won, which is kind of cool, right? Every time I press Slicing Winds, I steal aggro. It's a little bit scary, actually. Like, literally every time. It didn't happen in that first dungeon that we did, but every dungeon since then, every time I press Slicing Winds, it's stealing. Which is awkward, because I press it a lot. I think it's going to be one of those situations where you're going to have to be really careful on pull. On any sort of pack pull. Unless your tank can generate like some insane threat, you're just going to do so much instantly, and if he hasn't picked up like a couple of ads here and there, you are poor. You're just going to get one shot. I'm holding cooldowns here, but I am sending out like mini burst windows, right? Like, I want my cooldowns for the boss, essentially. But I'm not going to hold strike and slicing winds for such an extended period of time. It's a Windwalker sandwich.
Something is coming up.
I like this boss, kind of. I think this boss is interesting. Ring of Peace is actually really useful here, surprisingly. Wow, good tech. Like, as if when you get to the add phase, if you can like Ring of Peace one set, focus one down, then go to the next one. You need to be so careful here, though, with Slicing Winds and Whirling Dragon Punch when he sucks you in. If you Whirling Dragon Punch too close and you go slightly over the border, you're dead. Slicing Wind's a little bit easier to negate because you just aim it the other way. But Whirling Dragon Punch, yeah, it has caught me out. I will admit it. Ah, we got some funnel! Hmm. For those dirty funnel classes. Uh-oh. So this puts a nasty pool on the floor. Note to self that you cannot defuse magic it. Well, you can defuse magic the damage, but you can't just remove it from yourself. Hey, this isn't fair. This mage is doing damage. Wait, both of them are doing... Hold up. Hold up. Wait a second. This wasn't part of the plan. So this is what I mean. This is the phase. So you want to like focus one sets of mites. Oh, you need to be very careful. So we Ring of Frosted this one. So this is probably the one I shouldn't be focusing right now, but I was close to it. So meh. And then obviously focus this one. But yeah, any form of like CC is really good to make sure the mites don't get in. Basically, you don't want them eating anything. That includes you. That includes the mites. Just nothing goes in this belly, basically. Very, very basic fight. I kind of like this dungeon. I think it's got a lot of basic fights. Maybe a little bit simple at times, but I don't think that's ever a bad thing. Oh, come on. I can get some big damage here. No, stop. You're not allowed to die yet. I'm in my burst. I mean, damage is very even here.
With that thing dead, we can return to the
This is probably the most even I've seen damage numbers on any dungeon I've ever done on the PTR so far this season. Why am I at the bottom, though? Wait, why am I at the bottom, though? This is... If there's any part of the dungeon I don't like the most, it's this part. It's these sentinels. They're just... I don't know. I've seen a lot of pathing here in this dungeon, like, that have come out as this weeks have gone by, that just find ways to avoid. Avoid as many sentinels as possible, whilst doing the other packs instead. The sentinels are just... They're really obnoxious. Uh-oh, I've angered the animals. Somebody phone pizza. So once again, the pack is like so close to dead that I don't want to send out my big cooldowns. Like, it's just no point. I'd lose all of them. So once again, just mini heart window. Similar, so similar to season 2, right, where you send out a mini heart window when you realize that sending out cooldowns would just be kind of troll. Except it's a lot more generous on how much time you have, right? So my cooldowns are already back up. Like the 25 seconds before, like it's not a massive difference, but it is. All right, so we dodged this sentinel. He wants to pull it up there, then? I'm not going to send anything just yet, then. I know that will just instantly steal aggro. Oh, don't go on the line. So the issue with the Sentinel is he drops like a million of these purple pools, right? And he instantly got nuked. It's a plus 12, right? But like when he stays alive for a while, I think it's once the shield breaks, he just drops these pools on the floor, makes space really awkward to stand in. Probably if you're in range, you don't care. Doesn't matter. Not your problem. As a melee,
I need to target something.
big problem. Also, where? Huh? Huh?
They have brought so many. They seek the complete annihilation of this place.
Healer just got one shot. I'll still send out coolies though.
Salhadar lives. Miles stand.
Although no healer is a little bit worrying. Oh dear God.
All of this destruction for the traitor?
Probably gonna have to get some interrupts here. Probably gonna have to actually do something. I have mechanic on me. Healer, now is a great time for you to show back up. Like, I would just love it. Oh, it hurts. Now this sounds crazy, but I'm going to do it again. I'll send out a mini burst window here. Oh my God. Because I genuinely think by the time these things are dead, these are going to be up by the time we pull the next pack. Like, that's how short it is. So, essentially, yes, they are going to be up by the time we pull the next pack, right? So, like, it's just little things like that. Tank, please don't die. I popped everything. If you die here, I lose the DPS race. I appear to have aggro of something. I don't think I've ever stolen aggro in my life mid-pull. That's kind of cool, though, no? Like, it sucks that I died, but that's kind of cool that I pulled aggro in the middle of a pull. in like a funny way, right? Like, that's more like a shaman. That's what shamans do. Like, they'll do so much damage, like, in the middle of a pull that they used to steal. Well, that's, like, enhancement shamans were, like, notorious for it. That's why one of the reasons they changed how tank threat worked. Or they buffed tank threat even. So although I died, I was doing so much damage that the ad was like, right, this guy needs to perish right now. Anyway, back to it. So once again, I just think Sentinel is the focus. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm gonna do no damage here. So I don't really have much setup for it. Uh-oh. Once again, we have our cooldowns, but I'm just not going to send. I think we do boss next. This boss is interesting. It does have a damage amp phase, so I am on 2 stacks of Storm, Earth, and Fire, so I'm going to save one of them for that. Am I playing build without the kick? Yeah. So even though it's without the kick, you still do blackout kick sometimes, right? Like I probably still blackout kick more than I'd like to. For sure. We're pulling this into the boss? Of course we are, because mages. Very scared of stealing aggro right now. I've already stolen 1 ad. Can we make it 2 ads? Can we make it 3 ads? Oh, hello. So I haven't pressed blackout kick a single time yet on like this boss fight thing, because there's just been no need to. But eventually I will get to a point where I need to. Where's the boss? Everyone get behind the boss. I'm going to pop some defensives here because we are in an awkward situation. You basically need these purple rays here, they have to go through this boss. I'm even going to start vivifying myself because I'm terrified. Oh, please. I'm so scared. Don't let me die. Please. And you deal no damage to him, right? So it's all about mechanics here. And they've all got to go through him. I don't know how many it is in total. And then you get this damage amp phase where there's 2 of them. So that's what I was saving my second Storm Earth and Fire for. And then I will Blackout Kick there because I had nothing else to press and I just want to get as many abilities out as possible. It'd be nice if my cooldowns lined up with that. Like if you can get your 1 minute 30s to line up with that, oh my god. I think it's health based as oh, am I correct in saying that? Also these circles, he puts a nasty javelin on the floor. Also I did not conduit at any point when I should have conduit, so now they're desynced. That was yapping, but we'll deal with that problem when we get to that problem. Don't worry about that too much. Although definitely massive massive misplay. Man forgets to cast his most important ability. I'm pretty sure... Is it health-based? I'm trying to look at these timers up here. The fact that he hasn't done it yet, again, it's not health-based, it's timer-based. Oh, he's gonna do it, isn't he? No, you fucking... Kill him! Kill him dead! Oh! Yeah, okay, it's not health-based, it's timer-based, so... In that sense, your 130s won't line up with it if you pop them on pull there. Mostly just missed the Gale Force window. That's bad enough. That's bad enough. I literally saw Conduit, I had to look up here, I saw no Gale Force icon, I was like, fuck. yeah, it was like... It was a couple seconds, it was actually not as bad as I thought it was. I'm gonna have to delay here, though. Some delaying, I'm gonna send out a mini burst window here. And I pulled aggro. GG. I'm gonna go find my tank now, because I'm kind of scared. I don't need to focus here. Maybe the Ritualist? I have no idea what's going on. Oh god, who are these guys? Who are...
Your survival wasn't
Why me?
necessary.
No, I think we... I want to say they're rumors. They had to, like, I saw this one... I saw the lizard run towards us. I was like, oh, okay, this is alright. And then I saw his friends. It must have been these guys, potentially too close. And I don't want to say that it was me that was too close. However, I was definitely on the wrong side of being not close. Definitely on the wrong side of being not close. There are roamers in this area. It's why I initially thought they might have been roamers. I know they're not now. But there's these like massive dune bugs, basically, that like roam around this area. I think it's to stop you doing like some sort of like crazy skips and stuff in this area. So there'll be these massive like underground burrowing bugs. They'll go around. You might see one at some point. They basically look like those creepers up there, but they're not. They do crazy damage. You pull one of those. I don't think it's an insta wipe, but it makes things really hard. But I think this dungeon's good. I think it's not too long. I think the bosses are all fun. I think that now, like, people have worked out a path to dodge most of the sentinels. It's actually good. And I think these things as well, the arcane siphons, if you actually use them correctly, useful. They give you haste buff for 30 seconds. It used to be 10 seconds, which really sucked. It meant that, like, you pick it up, and by the time you got to the next trash pack, you couldn't use it because it ran off. All you need to do is have players just, like, click on it. Is Whirling Dragon Punch still a must-have? I think in like dungeons and stuff, not having Spinning Crane Kick is maybe too much. Like not having Dance of the Chi-Ji Spinning Crane Kick. But in single target, I've seen builds without Whirling Dragon Punch, without Revolving Whirl, like, and they play fine. Even for AoE, I've seen builds where you don't run it. I think those play worse though. Like I feel like the issue is you kind of actually run into downtime periods in a weird way. I really don't like them. So like even if they're like close to each other in like power level, and maybe the one build where you don't run it is slightly stronger, I probably still would play the other one personally, just because I think the flow of how you play is just as important. And if the flow does, like, it sounds silly, but if the flow doesn't vibe, like if I'm not vibing with like the flow of like my rotation and stuff, then I'm gonna play it worse, right? If they were like miles different, then yeah, I'd have to like conform. It's like this build right now, I've run in single target, and I like it on bosses in single target. I don't think it's the best iteration of a single target one, of like a single target build for Windwalker, but I don't think it's bad, by any means bad.
I need to target something first.
I can't even show you if I tried to switch it. So this is what I mean by the big burrowing guy. Don't go near him. He'll fuck you up. So we've got lots of gas in the tank.
You built this place on the high temple of
A
correction
lot of gas in the tank.
and my wrath.
If we double pack full here, I probably will send out my second Storm, Earth, and Fire here. We're edging. He's edging us towards it. I don't think if he knows if he wants to do it or not. He hasn't decided. He's like he's teasing the DPS. Go on, walk a little bit closer to it. I dare you. Alright, so we're saving the second Storm, Earth, and Fire for this boss. Ideally when we get the triple damage amp, I think. Or are we going to send it here? Oh, shit. Big decisions. I'm sending it here. No! Please don't one-shot me. I'm sorry. Don't you love when I, like, tell you I'm going to do something, and then I instantly change my mind? Yeah, me too. I'm going to save it for the boss here to take advantage of this damage amp. Oh, wait, nope, send. To be honest, I completely forgot there was a trash pack here. It wasn't until I saw all these red nameplates I was like, oh, okay, actually, I send it now. I think I probably get more value from this, I'll be honest, but overall, like, damage. Oh, health pot's not. Cool down. Help. Also, you're going to want to invest in these new health pots. They practically heal you to full health again. Like, health pots in Season 2 felt awful, right? They barely healed you. We've got new ones now. They heal you for 6.4 million. And I'm on... Okay, I'm on 13 million health, so they heal me for half, right? But, like, at the start of the tier, great when you don't have that much health. They will be big. Very, very good healing pots. Must invest. And they're orange. So this boss is interesting. You essentially pick up a soul, and it's going to be your own soul, and you need to pick it up. You got to make sure that it doesn't get hit by the mechanics, and the incentive for picking it up is you get a damage buff for doing it. You don't pick it up, you get a damage loss, and you take damage. It's basically haste. You lose haste, and I'll tell you right now, you know what you don't want to lose as a Windwalker right now? It'd be haste. So it does it here as well. Like every mechanic it does one of these. Sometimes you get lucky and you're sat right next to it. Sometimes it's on the other side and it gets really awkward. And then the final attack that it does, not the one coming up, I don't think. It's the one afterwards. It summons 3 of them. Yeah, so it's not this one. This is just one again. Go on, do it. So this is the one I'm talking about, and it'll spawn 3, and always one of them is going to be targeted. So I'm under the impression you actually pick them up one at a time. So I think it extends the buff. Like maybe it is better to just take them all at the same time, but I feel like it extends. it. I need to probably like look back at the footage and see. Like, because you could easily just press Tiger's Lust, right, and then just go on a roll rampage, pick them all up, and then pump the boss. And maybe that is just better. Alright, I'm not going to beat the Fire Mage, but I can definitely beat the Arcane Mage if I just turn my brain on for the Oh, no, actually, he could never catch up. Never mind. Never mind, he can never catch up to this. Where is it? Where is it? See, for instance, I'm too blind to find out where my thing is, so now you can see the debuff. Wait, where's my debuff? Oh, it didn't... Apparently it didn't hit. I mean, that's another way to dodge it, right? Everybody moved out far enough that my soul didn't actually get hit by the AoE. So that's another way. I didn't even think about that. So I can't show you the debuff, but I think it's 30% haste lost. It's horrendous. It feels awful. Not bad. Fire Mage kind of bumping though. Oh my god, Ignite is doing work. Look at that. The timer started new with number 3 and 2. Extend, you had 3 stacks. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Because I think each one's 10 seconds, but then every time you grab a new one, it doubles the buff, if that makes sense. Like, it stacks up to 3. So it makes sense to have, like, just extend it. I thought that was probably the play for doing it. Also easier to manage as well. Rather than just grabbing all 3, you look where they are, go to the one where it's shooting. Yeah, that was a good dungeon. Yeah, damage is pretty standard, right? Fist of Fury, Slicing Winds is absolutely still slapping, and Spinning Crane Kick. And this is what I mean by dropping Whirling Dragon Punch. Like, it's not just Whirling Dragon Punch you're dropping, right? You'd be dropping Revolving Whirl, which is a lot of your Dance of the Chi-Ji. And during, like, your big burst window and stuff, sure, you don't actually get that many opportunities to cast Dance of the Chi-Ji. However, outside of your big burst windows, you actually do. And on top of that, the fact that now you can Tiger Palm or cast any non-channel ability during a Spinning Crane Kick, it actually increases the value of Spinning Crane Kick, because no longer are you having to wait the full 1.1 seconds, whatever it is. You're waiting just for your GCD, which is a lot shorter than that. So essentially, you Spinning Crane Kick, press another button. By the time Spinning Crane Kick's finished, next ability. So I feel like Spinning Crane Kick is actually like a really positive change in that reason as well. It's not just the fact that you can press a button during Spinning Crane Kick. You know, Spinning Crane Kick no longer cancels. It's really good. Like, just being able to do that saves you time throughout, like, a dungeon, throughout a dungeon boss, or like throughout a raid boss even. Like, that extra Tiger Palm, rather than Spinning Crane Kick, then Tiger Palm, then Fist of Fury. It's Spinning Crane Kick, Tiger Palm at the same time, essentially, into Fist of Fury. And those seconds add up. We're not talking massive DPS, but, like, fluidity, for gameplay's sake, playstyle sake, like, it feels really good. And that's, like, another reason why I just don't think you drop these two. Because you just end up getting a lot less Spinning Crane Kick procs as well. And that tends to be your filler ability anyway, right? Like, you don't have much filler at the moment. Like, in a weird way, like, Dance of the Chi-Ji Spinning Crane Kick is a filler ability. Which is something you'd never say last season, right? Like, baselines were your fillers, but because you have so much non-fillers, like, it's almost in a sense, it's not a filler, but it is. That, like, kind of makes sense. But yeah, that was a really good run. Very clean. Everyone played well. I think I was the worst player. Definitely the worst player there. Alright. Time to knock some more names off. Yeah, boy. Oh, Vengeance Demon Hunter. Not even 3 million damage. Which one's that? That one's that one. Sit. Arcane Mage. Nice funnel bozo. Oh, so that's 2 S+ tier specs that I've already stomped. Oh, it's just free real estate. Don't ignore this, Resto. Don't worry that this is a healer. It's just too easy. It's too easy. We're climbing the ranks. We're climbing the ranks. Fire Mage, really surprising, actually. That was, I don't think Fire Mage would perform that well. If I had to have guessed which way it would have been, I thought the Arcane Fire Mage would have been the sandwich. But, like, Fire Mage pumped, and it wasn't even close. Like, that's not close. And this feels like reasonable damage, in the sense that all our damage was really close the entire dungeon. And then he just excelled at, like, certain parts better, so he took head. So this doesn't even feel like broken damage, right? This feels like fair damage, just better. If that kind of makes sense. It doesn't feel like the Hunter, where the Hunters would be doing, like, 30 million burst every 2 minutes, and it, like, felt impossible to catch up. This, in a sense, felt like achievable to catch up with throughout the dungeon, but then at some point they just popped off, right? So it feels nowhere near as bad, but the damage difference is big. It's a milli, right? Milli difference, pretty big. I've seen enough. I'm going Survival Hunter. That was the Havoc symbol? Oh, shit. Oh, it's because they look the same. Oh, I hate demon. I'm just going to cross. You know what? If I can beat a tank demon hunter, I can beat that one as well. We're just knock them both off. There. Double whammy. Also, Dummit, thank you for the 4-month Prime. I really appreciate it. Sorry I didn't hear the notification. I don't have my thing on at the moment. I need to switch tabs. If you had to like see the setup that I have to do to be able to hear notifications, you'd be like, this guy's absolutely cooked. So I have to have like a window open in my Google Chrome and have it hovered over it. Or don't like it's so cooked. But yeah, so I've missed all like the follows and stuff. But anyone that's followed like in the past like 20 minutes or so, thank you so much, and thank you, Dummit, for the Prime. You're a real one. Yeah, like once again, I didn't feel that bad. That felt alright. Echo Dome's one of those dungeons where it's going to be low damage numbers anyway. So, like, 6 million... Like, it's always hard to gauge dungeons. But it's like one of those situations where you have your Theatre of Pain damage, and then you have your Priory of the Sacred Flame damage, right? Like, they're incomparable. This isn't, like, big packs, really. Like, there's lots of small packs around. It's not a very long dungeon. Single-target bosses, well... For the most part, single-target bosses-ish. Oh, thank you, Knall Puffin, for the Prime as well. That is not how you say that, is it? It's not Knall. It's not. Oh my god. Has an English degree, by the way. Knall. it's Knall. You can see the symbols in details. Yeah, I know. You want the worst part about that? I looked at the detail and I looked at the words. I looked at the symbol in details and I was like, it's this one. I looked at the corner of my eye, saw this little green icon with horns, and I was like, that's the one. I mean, in my defense, they're pretty similar, right? They're both little images with their horns. They got green in the background. Ah, come on. Well, not like it's an English word. Yeah, but it's the same concept, right? Like, if I wouldn't say knife, would I? I'd say knife. So I imagine it's the same principle, right? German English, kind of the same, no? It is German, right? Let's hope so. English is kind of unique there. English is the most fucked up language in the world to learn. If anyone doesn't speak English first language and learned English, you are actually god tier in like just IRL human levels. Like, it's just such a stupid language. Like trying to like explain to someone like the difference between like certain words and stuff. The phonetics are all fucked. It doesn't make sense. It's a language that doesn't make sense. Horrible language, but yeah. I'm god tier then. Hell yeah, Zigzo. You are god tier. Alright, let's see if there's any more. These guys are looking for... It's Gambit again. Ugh. They are... It is a 15 though. And I need to beat this Frost DK. I mean, I doubt they even take me, right? I gotta try though. I got to try. A street. A 16 street. I mean, I will gamble on this one. Oh, funny story. I was when I was doing that PTR video that I was talking about the other day, when I was trying to like get some footage for Halls of Atonement and stuff, there was the player who was the leader of the group was like asking about tanks and stuff. And like we had 2 tanks in the queue signed up, and I was like, you can invite any of them. They were like 700 item level, and I was like, you can invite either of them. It's fine. Like item level scales. And the response was they have no IO, and I was just like, no, please, please. Like genuine response. They don't have IO on the PTR server. I didn't think that was possible to get that response from someone. That was crazy. So now I've got to look at my IO on PTR servers, and if I don't get invited, it's because I'm only 1865. You don't get IO on the PTR, you ain't joining my Tazavesh streets. It was just so funny. Like I was flabbergasted with the response. So I thought they weren't inviting them because they maybe didn't understand that you scale in your dungeons. Like, so if you're a 700 eye level, which they both were, I thought he was like, they're not gonna be able to do this dungeon. It was a straight up, their IO is too low. We failed that dungeon, by the way, and they did the bottom damage. But don't worry about that too much. That's just coincidence, correlation, coincidence. Who knows? Are you only targeting a few dungeons to run M+ in? No, I'm open to any dungeons, but there's only 4 dungeons available at the moment. So right now you can only do Echo Dome, you can do Tazavesh Gambit, Halls of Atonement, and Tazavesh Street. So I've done an Echo Dome today, I've done a lot of Gambits. It really depends on what people are running, right? Like, at the moment, a lot of people are doing these Tazaveshes. There aren't too many Halls of Atonement going. It really depends what people are doing. Like, I tried to form my own group earlier, didn't really stick, so I'm just doing what people are queued up for. A lot of people doing Gambit at the moment. I think it's next week. Next week's where every dungeon's unlocked, right? If I was to say which dungeons I really want to get practice in or see before the new season goes live, at this point, it's Street. I haven't finished clearing it yet, and it is Halls of Atonement. I've not finished clearing it yet. I haven't seen the last boss. All the other bosses, like, come on. Floodgate, yeah, Dawnbreaker, Priory, pretty familiar, Arakara. Echo Dome, I think I've done enough times now to pretty much understand it. Gambit, I've put in my reps today. So, if we, like, targeted dungeons that I still want to do, like a fair bit of it is Streets, because I just don't even know what you do in this dungeon. Don't you have to, like, isn't there a... Oh, memory just unlocked. Isn't there, like, a section of this dungeon where you've got to have a weak aura to tell you what to give to the market vendors? Is that still a thing? I've just had like this memory where someone said, get this weak aura, and then they had the weak aura and they went around the market and they like talked to all the shop owners and we moved on. Am I making that up? Am I making this up? Oh. And I remember there's a mail boss in here who chucks mail out, and I remember wiping on that repeatedly in Shadowlands. Good times. Need to see Hall of Atonements, need to learn mechanics. Halls of Atonement's a weird one. Every time I've done that dungeon, we go a different route. Like, can I even... Alright, I'm just gonna sit in this guy's group for a while I yap. Can you bring up maps for these dungeons? You can't, can you? Why? Blizzard. But yeah, basically, like, I remember Halls of Atonement, you'd always go down the right side first, clear those, then go left, clear that, go middle, clear all of that. But I've had groups that go down the left, I've had groups that go down the right, groups that go down the middle, whatever, like, mix it up. Like, I don't know what's going to be the correct path. It's very chaotic. A lot of trash packs there. First boss is pretty chill. Second boss, I feel like you're going to do something... You're going to try skip to that second boss. I feel like the trash in between is so obnoxious. It's full of, like, gargoyles and stuff, and it's really tedious to do. I remember in Shadowlands you did used to skip those. I remember taking invisibility pots and running through that. I could see that being a thing. Third boss is okay. That's the one where you've got the ghosties and the fire pots, and you got to go stand behind it. I don't know. I think Hall of Atonement's an okay dungeon. I probably have to see it properly. My favorite... I like Gambit-ish. I don't like the Murloc zone of Gambit. I think it is horrible. Especially the way that people are playing it at the moment, where you buy a massive packs of Murlocs and then you drag them throughout the zone. Like, that's the idea at the moment, because they drop this heal, like totem. So all the tanks at the moment are just pulling big packs and then running around the room, and you're just backpedaling, and that works. But it feels like a weird way to do an area. The rest of it's fine. The bosses are all cool as well in Gambit. Last boss is pretty sick. Dragon boss is pretty trivial as well. Your tank does everything for you. My guy left my group. He had enough. I understand. It's been a long day, buddy. I get you. 18 Gambit? Go on. I will not disappoint you. What's my highest? Shit, it's 15. Nah, they'll let me in. I'll be fine. They massively changed the trash percentage in Halls of Atonement from the old days. In that case, then you probably are going to have to do like a lot of the trash packs and stuff like that. It seems okay. I don't know. It just feels like a long dungeon. I don't know if it's just because I've like done it a lot on repeat. I feel like I've done that the start of Halls of Atonement at least like 5 times. And things go wrong so quickly in that dungeon. Like I feel like it's going to be that dungeon where I feel like it's going to be the Cinder Brew, where you go in there, you do a massive pull, it goes wrong, you leave the dungeon, and you go do another one, right? Like, that was Cinder Brew at the start, right? Do you remember Cinder Brew in Season 2, when people hadn't seen any of the PTR, and your tank would pull Chef Chewy? Chef Chewy, and he'd pull them with a pack, and you would just get obliterated, because he had the damage buff, he had the CC immune thing on them, and that was like the experience of like week 1. I can see Halls of Atonement being a roughie. Depending on the pull size, but I've just seen so many different variations of it. I mean, if this guy accepts me, we'll be able to see it ourselves. I kind of like it though. Like, it's weird because Gambit's an even bigger pull, but I feel like they don't do anything. If that makes, like, I feel like the Murlocs don't really do anything. All that really happens is they have some casts that you can interrupt, and they put some swirlies on the floor that you just move out of. Whereas Halls of Atonement, I feel like there's stuff on the floor, people getting curses on them, you're getting loads of casts. I don't know, it feels messier, even though there's a lot less going on. Bruh, come on. Gonna be amazing queuing for keys again. Yeah. I mean, maybe we'll have the luck of the draw where, you know how like people have perceptions from previous tiers of like what specs are strong and what specs are like weak? Like, because a lot of people don't look at PCR and don't watch streams and just whatever. Don't just go into the new season fresh, you know? Oh? I got into the 18. They're so they're desperate. Oh my god. They don't even know what I'm about to do to their dungeon. Don't tell them. Oh god. Oh no. I have to play good? Oh god. I thought it was the Halls of Atonement and I was gonna get excited. Wait, what? Are Windwalker struggling that much? I don't think we're struggling. I think... Oh, they switched it to halls. Oh, I can't even go to halls, but okay, sure. Yeah, I don't think we're struggling that much. I just think it's funny, like, the reason the title's what it is because a lot of, like, things at the moment are all showing, like, these tier lists and stuff, Windwalker being bottom. I've seen multiple of them, Windwalker C tier, Windwalker B tier, Windwalker bottom, you know, just like that. And it's not like we're amazing, right? But I don't think we're bottom. Like not from my playing experience anyway. I don't think we're that bad, I'll be honest. Season 3, Windwalker Monk B tier. I mean, like, if I literally had to put us in a spot on this tier list, I would... I'm saying right now, we are not worse than Warriors. The fact that Boomies have been put higher than us is absolutely insane, by the way. These guys were gutted. Boomkin is dead. Like, genuinely, like, they killed this spec. Like, it's crazy. But it'll be the utility. It'll be the fact they can Vortex. The fact that they can, you know, provide a versatility buff. The fact that they can Typhoon. The fact that they can, you know, Beam. Beam's pretty big, right? I don't know. I just think it's funny. It's just funny that with the one DPS spec here. I mean, you got one healer here, you got 2 tanks here. Oof. On the plus side, Disc dead, yeah? No, wait, that's Holy. Oh. Disc is up here. Oh. I think I'm sure Windwalker will get buffs later in the patch. I mean, that's usually... That's pretty, like... I don't know how many people are, like, old school. Not even old school, right? If you play, like, Windwalker and Dragonflight, we were never good. Were we? Not really, right? I feel like Dragonflight was an interesting one where it felt like every patch we would come out and it would, like, we'd be at the bottom, like, quarter of the table. And then halfway through the patch, they'd give us those, like, nice bandage buffs, and we'd all be so excited and so happy, and I'd see, like, yes, I'm finally getting buffed. And then that happened on repeat every single tier. So it feels different going from, like, from my perspective, right? Because I didn't play Shadowlands, so I don't know what, like, peak Mythic plus Windwalker's like. It's like seeing Windwalker at the peak of, like, damage in a raid is, like, crazy to me. But I feel like you never want to be a spec that, like, starts at the bottom and then has to rely on a patch, like, to get a buff or something. That just feels bad. It's halls? Oh, how am I getting to Halls of Atonement? Wait, have I done a Halls of Atonement? No, I haven't finished the Halls of Atonement. Oh my god, am I getting that? Notably, in Dragonflight, we still had quite bad stat scaling. Yeah. Although nothing felt better than casting Beacon of Beyond and critting. I'll tell you that. If there was dopamine to be had in Dragonflight, it was that. Pulling a boss, pressing your trinket, instantly doing like... instantly doing like insane damage. And if it crit, oh my god. If it crit. If it didn't crit, wipe the pull. Go again. I don't... Go again. We're redoing. Yeah. Those were dark days, I'll be honest. Back in the days where you literally ran 0 haste as well. What was it? Was it the boots or something that you ran, which took haste away from you? So you straight up ran 0 haste. Oh my god, dark days. Very funny though.
Yeah, what do you want?
Well, we're doing Halls of Atonement. I mean, I've been baited. I think it's still an 18, which is terrifying, but sure. I wouldn't be so worried if I was playing on normal ping, but it's the fact that 18's thing should be one-shot me, right? And if I can't react in time to do an interrupt or something, I'm dead. It's not too punishing in like a 12-15. 18, I'm rip. I'm sure I'll be fine. The Mechagon Laser Beam? Oh, I don't think I know what the Mechagon Laser Beam was. Am I crazy and not knowing what that is? Hey, Golden Geeko, how you doing? How are you doing? Do we prefer Geeko or Gecko? Probably Gecko, right? You're in the group with the MM Hunter who did crazy damage. Yeah, I did notice that, but I was kind of keeping that quiet. I was like, I remember this guy. I played with him earlier. Oh no. Oh no. It was during BFA? Oh, BFA. I did play I played one tier of BFA. I played the first tier? Yeah, I played Uldir. Yeah, I think that was it. Back in the days when I was a get to the last boss, have guild collapse, not get cutting edge. Oh, good times. And you'd be surprised how many times that happened, actually. I want to say like 3 or 4 times. Like, I played in a guild. Same guild, by the way, every single time. We would play the tier. Like, we'd get to the last boss, and then the guild would just collapse. It's like all this work just for nothing. Oh, man. I remember Gahoon. Finally got to him. Oh no, I was playing Rogue then. Yeah, because I played Outlaw on Gahoon. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know why I was a dirty rogue player. So I played Windwalker for Legion, which was peak Windwalker, by the way. Maybe not like the playstyle or whatever, but I mean, I'm talking just class fantasy alone. Oh my god. Oh my god, remember we had the whole island to ourselves? Just you and the boys. You just went to your island. Oh my god. Just sat on the back of a turtle, chilling. Man, we had it good. You don't know how good we had it till we had it. Good class fantasy. 10 out of 10. Legion was peak every class? Yeah, for sure. Except for Rogue. Didn't they have to, like... Didn't the Rogues live in, like, the fucking sewers? So I played Warrior a bit then. They had, like, the halls of... What, halls of Valor? Or Order? Or something like that. They were up there with the gods. They were with Odin. It was, like, sick. So when the Rogues, like, in the sewers of Dalaran... Rogue Hall was perfect. To be fair, I never saw it. I don't know what it was like. But all I can imagine is them just going down into the sewers of Dalaran and just sitting there. Shamans were in the Maelstrom, weren't they? That's cool. Warlocks were in, like, some... demonic area. Makes sense. Demon, yeah. Rogue players are rats, let's be honest. What the hell? I mean, I also play Rogue. Not wrong. Not wrong. Not wrong at all. I've leveled up my Rogue at the moment because I'm playing it for split. So I'm playing 2 Windwalkers and a Rogue for split. I actually don't mind it. It sounds crazy. Okay, it sounds crazy, but I prefer Assassination the most. And like, right, don't get me wrong, it is by far the worst of all of the specs, but I think it's the easiest to pull off. If you have, like, because obviously I only start playing Rogue at the end of this tier, so like trying to learn 3 DPS specs at once. I found Assassination the easiest one to like get good at, if that makes sense. Like Outlaw, I feel like I'd need to play that for like a month straight to have some understanding of how to like be prepared for every. But I feel like my brain's too old now. Like I'm trying to like press these buttons and they're all coming off of cooldown, and then I've got to like shoot in the face 5 times in a row. Oh, got to make sure that I vanish to make sure that I don't lose. I don't even really know what the abilities are called, but it's just so fast paced. I feel like I need so much practice for that. And it's funny because I love subtlety, and I used to always love subtlety, but I barely played it because I've heard it's in a bad spot, so I never like actually tried it. I heard it was good for prog. Like it was good for prog, but it fell off. I don't know how bad it is now. Maybe that's just misinformation. Maybe it is just still good. But I don't know. I used to hate Assassination Rogue, but I've just started to enjoy it. I actually really enjoyed it in M+. I kind of like dotting things up and hitting them with a Crimson Tempest, you know? Oh, Death Mark. Beautiful ability. Oh my god. Peak Rogue. Yeah, no. I get that Outlaw has Giga APM, but I feel like, because I haven't played it enough, I feel like trying to get into Outlaw, like when you're starting off with Outlaw again after not playing it for ages, I feel so slow at pressing anything. Like, cause I know I need to be like pressing faster than the GCD to keep up damage and stuff, but I've also got to be micromanaging my my vanishes. I got to micromanage my what's it called? You know the thing, the eyeball, the eyeball. Oh, I just feel like it's so fast paced, but it's really fun. But I feel like I'd need like a whole bunch of like just hours put in on a target dummy just to like really get it down. Difficult part about Outlaw is making decisions real time, is doing your GCDs. Yeah, for sure. Kind of, Windwalker's kind of going to be like that, but nowhere near to the degree of Outlaw next season. But it's a lot faster paced. Like, if the one thing is, like, if Conduit felt like it was fast paced before, it does feel like you do have to make some pretty split second decisions and stuff with cooldowns. I'm probably making it sound worse than it is. It's genuinely not too bad, but like, in those first like days of playing it, I think that it'll take some time to adjust. But the worst part is that you won't even get to do that until Oh, this party chat I'm reading. You won't even be able to do that until you get your 4 set. So it's a really strange one. Like, well, no, I said it earlier actually. Like, I was gonna say you could probably start practicing with your 2 set, but the difference between having a 2 set and a 4 set is very different. The haste makes a massive difference in how it plays out. Because it's all good and well for you to get, like, slicing wins as an extra trigger. Okay, this group I was sat in for 10 minutes and they all just logged off. That's double thumbs up from me. That's thank you for making me come to Halls of Atonement for this. Oh, there's a Halls of Atonement. I kind of want to do it. There's a 15. I just want to... because I'm here. I'm in the area. I want to finish this dungeon as well. Yo, look at this. Look at this dungeon group. It's so green. Is Windwalker S+++++ tier? In my heart, it is. In, like, the deep crevices of my heart, yeah, it's S++ tier. Windwalker's currently in the don't waste your time tier. Oh, I don't think it's in the don't waste your time tier. It depends what you value, right? If you value instantly getting into keys and not getting declined, then sure. That does suck. I get that. But it was like that last season. And I think that was one of our strongest seasons in a while, right? Maybe not in M+, but just in general, we were very strong. You still got declined from groups. Like, you still struggled to get into M+ and stuff. I think that's just a Windwalker trademark thing. I think, like, once you're in the dungeon, you're gonna be fine. Genuinely fine. I said it earlier. You're gonna see Windwalkers on the race world first. You can quote me on that. Not on every boss. No, not on every boss. They'll be though. I promise you, they'll be there. You're gonna be watching Trill. He's gonna be like Rising Sun Kick and shit. It's gonna be like, wow, that's cool. They're playing Triple Monk. Liquid are playing Triple Monk, Brewmaster, Mistweaver, and Windwalker on Fractilis. That's insane. Yeah, I know it's insane, but they will. Promise. No, guys, not. I'm not even coping right now. All right, how are we doing this one? I need them all to be stacked. Player already dead. All right, we're gonna say this is stacked enough. I'll say this is stacked enough. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh, this is my kind of dungeon group. I'm gonna be taking some names off my list. Oh, there are gonna be some specs going over this list real quick. Top on the first pull of the dungeon. It's over. Now the hard part is finishing the dungeon. Oh shit. Genuinely, the hardest thing about Halls of Atonement, in my opinion, so far from doing it, is just finishing it. These beasts are pretty big. I don't think they're cooldown worthy big, but they're definitely mini burst window big. I mean, to be honest, they probably were cooldown worthy big, but and then I look at that next pack and I know how big that is. Just for like reference, I know that you pull this like entire room and it's going to be chaos, so... Maybe I'm going to send another mini burst window here. These Gargons are staying along way too long. He has gone to pull, but that's fine. Let him do that. I'm sure he'll be fine. Alright, we go now. Get roll. Kick. Don't look at my tank's health. Oh, shit. Yeah. I don't even think that's a tank's issue. I think that was fine. I think that was just not enough, maybe not enough damage there. Like that, I think this is literally how you are going to pull this. Like it would be too weird to split these packs up. he just got beaten basically. There was nothing he could do. This is what I mean though. I don't know why Fool's Atonement feels like my kryptonite this PTR cycle. It just straight up feels like a dungeon that I somehow cannot defeat. On the plus side, nobody's left, so we like that. No FF15. That would mentally break me, by the way. I have a question. Do you think that having the deserter icon is actually going to make a difference? Do you think, like, if you're in a dungeon, do you think players are going to see someone with the icon and not join their group? Or not invite someone as the icon? Or do you think it's just going to be a thing that's there and people just keep playing? Do you think, like, it will actually make a difference, like, having the mark? I'm kind of leaning towards the fact that I think it won't. I think people will have this mark against their name, but I think it won't change anything in terms of if people are, like, joining a group for sure, right? Like, maybe, like, creating a group. But I think joining a group, I don't think... You're just going to be happy to be there, right? Like, in a group. You just want to get in, do a dungeon. I don't know. I feel like it's going to make no difference. I'd love to be wrong. But I'm just not sure. It appears I am cursed for my sins. Am I dead? It appears... Oh my god, that hurts. Depends how relative the IO is. Probably a bigger thing at higher ones. Lower ones even. Yeah, potentially. You might be right there. I suppose like at higher IOs, people... Like if we're talking like really high IOs and stuff, a lot of players know each other. Just from like playing in like the same groups and stuff. Or seeing like people like that they've played with before. So like even if people leave and stuff, they probably like know you from like your reputation instead. Like I play some relatively high IOs, nothing like crazy, right? We're talking like 19 and stuff, and I've seen like people all the time like notice each other, like go, oh, I remember you, stuff like that. Maybe yeah, maybe like lower IOs it might actually have an impact. This is like horrible, by the way. Taking so much damage here. I want to pop cooldowns, but I'm kind of sure my tank's dead. Yeah, my tank died. No cooldowns allowed. So maybe that's too... No! No, you're not allowed to leave! No! I fucking hate the FF15 system. I swear to... Every time, I swear to God, the entire group votes yes. Everybody votes yes but me, and I'm just sat there. I don't even have a chance to react. The moment I see it, I know it's over. We're on the PTR! Just finish the dungeon! What? You know what I mean? Like, just finish the dungeon, boys. Like, we're not going for... Oh, I just want to see the rest of it. Whatever makes time to cross the hit list. Yes. Actually, you're correct. That counts as a finished dungeon. We completed it. Assassination Rogue. Although I do enjoy it, not enough Crimson Tempest damage, unfortunately. You are done. I don't make the... Right, and this isn't me as well. They FF'd. I didn't vote at all. I didn't put a single FF in. They all voted to leave, so they decided this was when the dungeon finished. I don't even know I'm defending this. This is a made-up... This is a made-up hit list. It doesn't fucking matter. Marksmanship Hunter. Oh, they've been having me all day. But right now, they're done. They've been beaten. Funny thing, actually, if there is one dungeon that I think that I've done the best in, like, it sounds weird. I think it's Halls of Atonement. Kind of a little bit of a tangent, but I've run a lot of these dungeons now. And like in terms of like, I don't know if it's just the groups I've run. It could easily be a group thing, right? I feel like in Gambit, I get gapped pretty hard in Gambit. Super high ad count though, so bear that in mind. Halls of Atonement, I feel like I do decent, and I tend to be the top-ish. It's still relatively high ad count, actually, but nowhere near Gambit, right? Gambit is ludicrous ad count, like, just amount of trash and stuff. Echo Dome, I think I do decently. That's kind of smaller as well. Like, if I had to compare it, I'd say Echo Dome's very similar to Rookery Theatre sort of trash. Halls of Atonement kind of feels like middle ground-ish. Maybe like Motherload, something like that. Anyway, a little bit of a tangent. Do we have any more? Oh, we've already crossed Opera Master. Oh, there is someone else. Disc Priest, 1.27 million. Absolute jokers, man. I mean, it's been a good day. We have we're really debunking this tier list, right? Like, look at all these specs that were said they were better than us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We've beaten 11 of them. So if you get rid of a lot of these, we're probably about here now. Like, I've got to be realistic. Probably S tier. Like, I feel like it'd be unrealistic to put as an A. Like, I was going to say A plus for a sec, but I've dropped a lot of these S plus tier specs. So yeah. And I'll be having no conversation on if this is legitimate or not. Man, I alt tabbed and you're already out. I promise, I swear to God, do a Halls of Atonement on the PTR. Let me know if you get past the first boss. I feel like it is the hardest one to make any progress in. I don't know if it's just that, like, it's too much. Like, I don't think it's that hard. I don't think it's very tuned very highly. I think it's fine. I just think it's just Cursed Dungeon. Makes sense. We're in... Oh, what's the zone called again? Rellendreth. Yeah, makes sense. Cursed Dungeon. I like the black-red color style of Halls of Atonement. Yeah, I like it thematically. For some reason, I had it... I completely forgot what this dungeon's layout was. I think I had it mixed up with Sanguine Halls or Sanguine... You know the one I'm talking about. The really horrible one with the gauntlet. So I was surprisingly happy when I entered into it for the first time, and it was this one. But, like, my memory... I didn't remember this dungeon at all. Like, if I was, like... Before entering this on the PCR, if I was asked, like, to tell you the layout of Halls of Atonement, I would never be able to. I, like, completely wiped from my memory that this dungeon even existed until I stepped foot in here. I can't wait for Sanguine Depths to return. You take that back. Actually, delete that. Mods, delete that. I am my mod. I'm not gonna... I can't bother to delete it. No. You don't want it. Just think of the gauntlet. Just think of the gauntlet. How many of your keys during Shadowlands went to die in that gauntlet? Like, no downtime. No time for your healer to drink. One mistake. You gotta redo the... Oh, no, please. You can't. You can't have a gauntlet in a dungeon. Or if you're gonna have a gauntlet in a dungeon, make it at the start so you don't have to spend half an hour getting to the gauntlet only to wipe in the gauntlet. Horrendous. Thank you for the follow, DPalm258. Think of the DPS you can do in the gauntlet? I mean, okay, now you've convinced me. Alright, I'm convinced. Bring back the gauntlet. In fact, add a gauntlet to every dungeon. Oh my god, constant damage. You know who doesn't like that? Rogues. Imagine being an assassination rogue in a gauntlet. Good luck re-stealthing, bozo. I need to remove the 2-second memory pretending I didn't hear the SD comment. Hate that dungeon. No, I don't think many people like Sanguine Depths, to be honest. To be fair, like, when it comes to Shadowlands, what dungeons were actually good? Because they brought a lot of these back at this point. Like, if you think about it, they brought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, we'll say 8. They brought every single dungeon back, right? Except for the other side. Wait, have they brought this back? No, they haven't. They didn't bring back the other side. They brought back every single Shadowlands dungeon. Is that because they're good dungeons? Or is it because they're the most similar to the current season in that they're easy support back? I'm probably leaning towards the fact that they're probably the closest to iterations of dungeons that you have nowadays in modern Warcraft. Like, Warlords of Draenor, a bit too far back, right? For, like, mechanics and stuff like that. Even Legion. Legion's, like, where it started, right? So you've had a lot of Legion dungeons come back, and they're relatively similar. But then, like, BFA, you've had a few? Actually, yeah. I mean, they're mostly picked from this cycle, right? And they're running out. They are running out of dungeons. I'm looking at these, and I'm like, actually, I've seen fucking all of these. Like they are genuinely running out. They're gonna start having to give us Dragonflight dungeons. Oh no, they're gonna bring us. No, bro. Think about it. Like think about this. You log into midnight. You're super hyped. You look at the dungeon list. Not good offensive. You log out. You delete World of Warcraft. You go play. RuneScape or something because I'm like nah. Oh, can you imagine? Like they bring back not good offensive. They bring back all the Infusion, and I don't know, Azir Vault. Oh, I'm ill this tier, by the way. I'm not playing that tier. I actually think Shadowland Dungeons aren't too bad. I liked the other side. I'm surprised they haven't done that. Oh, they did bring the other side in Dragonflight. Okay, yes, okay, then you're correct. In that case, they brought every single dungeon back then from thing. I like the other side. I think that's a cool dungeon. Okay, controversial take. Miss is a good dungeon. It is a good dungeon. There's a reason they brought it back twice. It is just simple, quick, decent dungeon. Plaguefall is horrible. Bin. Narcotic Wake is actually horrible. Bin. Spires of Ascension. No, this one also goes in the bin. Sorry. Theater of Pain. No, it goes in the bin. Only because it's so long. Only because it's so long. I did bin it. Yeah, that's my. I think that's a fair tier list. I think that's a fair good dungeons, bad dungeons. Hall of Atonement, I don't know. Too early to judge. Tazavesh probably has potential, actually. I think people are going to not like the first half more. He says as he's not actually done the first half on the PTR yet. I think the second half is actually pretty chill. Wait, are there 1, 2, 3? Are there 5 bosses? Nah, you're not going to make me fight 5 bosses, are you? In a dungeon? Nah, there's no way. That's just... That's crazy. No, I know it's a mega dungeon, but I'm thinking about because I've not done the first part of Tazavesh yet on the PCR. I didn't realize it was a 5 boss dungeon. That's crazy because the second half is just Hilbrand, Time Cap, and Salia. 5 bosses is nuts. You're gonna hate this dungeon eventually. Oh well, unlucky. I only have to play it for an entire season. I don't want to see Miss for another 2 expansions. They've brought that dungeon back far too many times. Oh no, don't get me wrong, Deepalm. Like, they shouldn't bring it back. It's like they shouldn't bring Mechagon back, right? Like again, for ever. I don't think Miss and Mechagon should ever come back because they've been out so many times. But like generally, they're not bad dungeons. Miss is better than Mechagon, I think. But like on paper, they're relatively decent dungeons. But yeah, I wouldn't have them in the cycle again. I think they've been in the cycle like too many times for sure. Academy isn't my favorite. The tree area was goated. People love the tree area if they did massive AoE. If you didn't do massive AoE, you hated that area. But yeah, true. Decent dungeon. I didn't mind it. I thought Dragonflight dungeons were alright. It's just not good offensive. Honestly, I hated this place. The fact you had to fly around just... Oh, too long. Too long. And Halls of Fusion, I think, as well, was pretty... Yeah. So, have we answered the question today? What even is the question? I forgot what I named this stream/video. Hold on, let me let me double check. Oh, is Windwalker Monk really the worst spec? Ah, yes, that makes sense. That does sound like something I'd name the video. No. No. Is that a good enough answer? Are we happy with just no? Let me... Is it the worst spec? What, DPS spec even? It depends how you define what is good and what is bad. Is it just damage? Probably not, right? Is it utility? Probably not just your utility. Is it everything combined? Yeah, it is everything combined. But do you have to compare it to other specs that also give like things that you give? I don't think that's fair, right? I think you compare DPS with DPS, right? So obviously this tier in itself is like thinking about comps and stuff like that. Obviously it's thinking about comps, what's going to be your meta comps, what's going to be physical, what's going to be magic, yada yada yada. But worst DPS, like if you had all these DPSs hitting target dummies or doing dungeons and stuff like that, is this the worst one? Nah, is it? It's fucking not. You're incorrect. Warrior is in a horrible spot. These specs are carried by their shout. Like that's the reason they're A right now. If these two didn't have a shout that gave you damage, they would be here. Not even on the screen. They're gone. Bye bye. Bye Warriors. Boomy is straight up right now carried by its utility. It is awful. It got gutted. Realistically, I'm just looking at these specs right now. Nah, fuck it. I genuinely put it as an A+. Like, cause you gotta be like realistic about it. We're not S. We're not like these specs here, right? These specs are crazy. But you're trying to tell me right now that Assassination Rogue, Enhanced Shaman, Frost Mage, Retribution Paladin, Subtlety Rogue, Survival Hunter. You're trying to tell me that all of these are just somehow better? No, they're just not. That's crazy talk. Absolutely crazy talk. So, real talk. We're probably in this tier. Please don't nerf us. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's valid. Like, I was considering just putting it as an A. But I don't know. I just think A's just not it. Like, like, I just look at Warrior. Warrior's an A, right? Enhancement Shaman. Ugh. Destruction Warlock. Fucking not Prez. The other one, the dragons, I don't care. Anyway, yeah. Are we the worst spec in the game for DPS? No. Incorrect statement. We're not. Lol. Clickbait, innit? Nah, we're not the worst, but we're by no means like Messer. We're not going to be Messer, unfortunately. Other monk specs are too strong. Even Mistweaver's stronger than us, so like, it depends how you define strongest, right? Is strong going to be in a meta comp? Then yeah, we're not very strong. Is strong able to do keys with a group and not completely troll and do decent damage? Then yeah, we are stronger than a lot of these specs, like individually. It depends how you look at it. Are you looking at a comp or are you looking at an individual DPS spec? Individual DPS spec, we're fine. In a meta comp, then yeah, sure, whatever. We're not amazing, but like, only, let's be real, only a select few specs in the game are good meta comps, right? That's the whole point. You have a meta comp. 5 classes, 1 tank, 1 healer, 3 DPS, and potentially you'll have like 2 or 3 of them. This season we had 2, right? We had the physical one and we had the magic one. Yeah, nah, this is cooked. I personally don't want to be meta. I just want to be viable. I think we are viable. I think we're fine in M+. We're not going to be crazy. I think we'll be in the exact same spot we were last year, where you'll be fine in your 10s and your 12s. You'll be chilling. You'll be able to get like 3k IO fine if everything goes live. You'll be playing Conduit right now. Like Shadowpan, you can't really play at the moment. You'll be playing like fully on Conduit. So if you like Conduit, yay. If you really like Shadowpan, bad news. It's just, that is like my biggest gripe more than anything. More than our damage numbers and anything. I feel like Shadowpan's just in a rough spot right now. It just doesn't really compete, and that kind of sucks. I don't like the fact that we've gone from season 2 where we had so much diversity in the build paths you can go, the hero talent. It feels a little bit more cookie cutter now in a way. Like realistically, outside of this AoE build for M+, I don't really see Conduit going anything that much different. Maybe you'd switch out like 1 talent here or something. Whereas previously, you know, with Conduit, you could go Lightning Conduit if you really wanted to. You could drop Slicing Winds. You could go down the middle. There were loads of different things you could do with Conduit. I feel like we're a lot more cookie cutter now. It's the vibe I'm getting. Which is okay, but I don't know. I guess you can't have it all. You can't have it every way, right? You can't always have like multiple build paths and stuff. Season 2 was a very special season, I think, and I think we probably will take it, like, we will look, I think people look back on season 2 quite fondly. Just not even like if you look at damage numbers now, we're awful. But if you look at like how you were able to play Windwalker, what, like, the amount of builds you could go, hero talents you could do, all that jazz, like, it was a really good friendly one. I also think Conduit right now is the more player-friendly version of Windwalker, which is crazy. If you've watched me play Conduit and you think to yourself, Jesus Christ, this looks really fast-paced. I think Shadowpan's harder to pull off in a weird way. I think it's way more punching as well. It's another reason why I don't think Shadowpan's going to be that good, because the amount of effort you have to actually put into it for it to get good results, it just feels really rough. Like, before, you could literally just play, like, basic, but you have to get these burst windows right. I don't know. Obviously, still 2 weeks to go. They could do some more tuning tonight. They probably won't, but they could. But we'll have to see where it goes from here. But I think we'll be mid. We'll be mid. But I swear to God, we'll be in the race to world first. You can... I don't even know. I'll come up with something, but we will be in the race to world first. I'll show you the bosses. You are going to see a Windwalker. It's going to be crazy, right? You're going to see all 3 monk specs for the first time in a raid. I think 100% Fractilis. Like, if there's one boss I'm 100% confident on that there'll be a Windwalker, I think it has to be Fractilis. It's such a simple fight. There's so little movement. You're constantly hitting the boss. Like, there's so little to this fight, and it's so short, right? It's like a 4 minute 30 fight-ish with a little bit of an enrage. Like, it suits these short burst specs. Pure single target. I'd be extremely surprised if Windwalker Conduit wasn't on this boss. I could see us on Lumathar. Once again, single target boss. You know, kind of pretty decent boss. I don't expect us on Plexus Sentinel. Too much movement, I think. The maze is just really awkward. With that being said, like, you can get away with, like, doing some weird Transcendence things, potentially using Spatial Rift. I could see that being a way. I don't know, it's weird, because I think you could just play Windwalker on everything, but Raid to World first, like, top 3 guilds or whatever, they play the game so completely differently. So, like, I have to be really, like, strict here. So I just don't think they'd play it here. I don't think they'd play it on Soulbinder either. I think you play a lot of funnel specs here, because you want to kill the trash, but I think you want to kill Soulbinder more, right? I think Demon Hunters will shine here. Rogues, I think, will be really good here. Mages, I could see them just stacking 20 Arcane Mages and calling it a day. Forge Weaver... probably not. I could see us on Saladar. Kind of, in a crazy world, I could actually see us on Saladar. And maybe Soul Hunters. But Fractilis, I'm like 100% sure. I'd be gobsmacked if they don't run one on Fractilis in the current state. I think it's good enough. Because you're looking, like, for Fractilis, all that matters is pure damage numbers, right? Like, that's all that matters. It is a tank and spank, pure damage number. Like, the mechanics are so trivial that that's all that matters. Can you do the damage before the boss kills you? And I think our single target will be good enough to compete with the timing of the boss. So yeah, thumbs up. Got that to look forward to. One boss. Yay! What about the 3 Demon Hunters boss? So, the biggest issue I have with this one, and it might just be like how, like, for starters, it was really awkward playing the PTR because it was super laggy and stuff, so I didn't get a really good look at it. But a lot of the times, it feels like it is 2 targets that you're fighting, and then 1 target seems to be, like, somewhere else. And that, I think, is kind of awkward, because it means that a lot of the time, it always felt like I was only hitting 2 of the 3 targets. I feel like this is going to be suited for more ranged characters, in a way. Like, because you need these to all die at the same time. Like hitting the 2 targets is good, but why would you not take a spec like a Shadow Priest or something that can just, like, hit everything? You remember, like, One-Armed Bandit, right? The specs that were really good for hitting the 3 targets that were spread out. I feel like it's going to be suited to more that sort of thing. Like, don't get me wrong, there are periods where they're all stacked together, and you are going to need some melee, but, like, purely race to world first, I don't know, I feel like you just lose too much at certain periods of time by not being able to hit all the targets. And then, are we strong enough to, like, I feel like what they do is they would buff stack classes, like buff stack classes in the melee, and then just, like, fully lock into, like, the really good 3-way damage that can hit all targets at all times. You know, your Warlocks, I think. Warlocks, yeah, they're pretty good at that. Evokers, maybe? Evokers are alright at that, aren't they? But, like, your Shadow Priest, if Shadow Priest is playable. I don't know. It is a tough one. That's the only thing. I think if all 3 targets were always on top of each other, then potentially, but even then, maybe not, right? Stack 15 Arcane Mages. Yeah, Arcane Mages again. Just stack all the Arcane Mages. So Shadow Priest and Affliction. I could see it being something like that. Because, like, I'm trying to think about the mechanics as well. There's a lot of, like, mechanics that, like, range have to deal with as well. They get rid of stuff, so they're already better. The only awkward ability would maybe be the Fell Hunt. But even then, just have your range stack up in a line. I don't know. I feel like you're probably just going to be able to get more value from range specs. Because we're not like overpowered like we were last year, where like our damage was high enough to get you in. Like DK, like everyone like thought DK this tier is going to be, its damage is going to be so high that it gets in straight on pure damage. I think it's come back to earth a little bit. So I don't think it's going to be quite like that. But yeah, for Actilis, I'm pretty confident on. It's just so simplistic. Damage is all that matters, and I think we have really good single target burst for a situation like this. And if the timings line up how I think they do, with like your 4 minute 30s, I think it will go really well. Especially as a lot of the broken classes got nerfed for it. Like Beastmaster Hunter was crazy for this. DK was crazy for this. Well, they got big nerfs, right? Yeah, I don't know. Still lots of tuning to go, but what I'm trying to say is I think you'll see Windwalker in at least one fight. I'd be mega surprised, especially as it's Trill, right? Like, if you want to Windwalker in for your race to world first, like Prog, you probably want that guy. He's probably not a bad one to have, right? Probably get him in. I'm sure he'll do the rotation pretty well. Yeah, more or less. Hey, brother, just joined. What's your take on Windwalker Monk at the moment? Is it any good? I'm gonna stick to it anyway in the next patch. I think it's mid. And mid is fine. Like, of course, everybody wants to be best, right? You do want to be best of the best. But I think that's always difficult to achieve anyway. Like, even though we were best in the raid last year, we were mid and M+. Like, it depends what content you're doing. But I think we'll be mid at both. And I don't think that's bad. I think, at the moment, like, damage disparity isn't that bad, like, from top to bottom. Like, obviously, there's a big difference between your top DPS and your bottom DPS. But it's not as bad as it used to be. Like, there have been iterations of this game where top DPS and bottom DPS are playing different games, right? Like you are playing completely different games. It's not as bad as it is anymore. So I think we'll be mid. I don't think we'll be like needed in raid, and I don't think we'll be needed in M+. But you're not gonna hate having one in your raid. You're not gonna hate having one in your M+. Am I selling it? You kind of get what I mean. Like I think middle of the pack, and I think middle of the pack's fine. Like you don't have to. Yeah, I think middle of the pack's fine. But best would be better, right? Obviously, yeah. I'm only interested in Shadowpan. How screwed am I? Ah, man. It's just really far behind Conduit. Like, this is the biggest issue of it, is that it's really far. Like, Conduit's just so strong. Like, just comparing the two hero talents internally, Conduit's burst is stronger. Conduit sustains stronger. Conduit has more flexibility, shorter burst cooldowns as well. It just plays better as well. Shadowpan is, like, don't get me wrong, you can play Shadowpan. Like, it depends what content you're doing, right? If you just want to do your dungeons and stuff, you're just chilling, playing the game, then you'll be fine. But like, if you want to be like competitive to an extent with it, you will not be able to play Shadowpan over Conduit in the raid, right? Like, it's just not, like, you probably won't be able to do that. And like eventually, if you do M+ as well, your higher keystones you get, you'll see that Shadowpan will like start falling off, like comparatively. Plus, it's harder to play. It's just got more like. Here, I'll switch over to it. I can't play it because it's bugged on the PTR at the moment. But what I want to show you are the weak auras. You're basically. I feel like half the time I'm playing the spec, I'm looking at these. I'm just sat here looking at this. I'm keeping track of what window I'm in. I'm keeping track of my energy for flurry strikes. I'm keeping track of my stacks for against all odds. And you have to set this up really well for your burst windows. You can never let this fall off during your burst windows. You need to make sure that you get you really want shadow during that as well. Like, it feels really RNG dependent as well. Like a little bit like this RNG aspect to it. There's a lot of setup as well. It won't be the same. Like, I guess TLDR, it's not like Shadowpan from last season. Like, they're very different. Like, outside of your cooldowns, they are fundamentally the same. You would still play the same, like, kind of rotation. Like, outside of your 1 minute 30s, you're literally, or 2 minutes, you're the same. But it's when you get to your cooldowns that it's very different. Like, your cooldowns in Season 2, what you do? You press Zuin, and you press Storm, Earth, and Fire, and that's it. Thumbs up. Those are your cooldowns, right? That's it. Shadow Pan cooldown, done. Let's keep going. Now you have to set up your flurry strikes. You need about like 180 before you pop off, and then you need to make sure that you send out Storm, Earth, and Fire at the same time as like your Tiger Palm to instantly get to 20 stacks of the fist. And then you need to maintain the 20 stacks of the fist for your entire burst window. How do you do that? You need to send out 2 Tiger Palms every 5 seconds. So you need to make sure that you micromanage that to allow yourself to have the energy to do that. Mistime a Fist of Fury by 1 second and have this go on for too long. Don't get the Tiger Palm off. These stacks fall off. First window ruined. Damage gone. Don't proc Shadow straight off the bat. Proc Shadow 4th. Essentially, you've just lost like 3 flurry strikes that could have been extra damage on the Shadow. What's that? Half the pack's already dead. Well, you've just lost a ton of damage. Like, whereas Conduit doesn't have that. Conduit's damage is all up front, right? If that kind of makes sense. Like, you pop your cooldowns and you just go. And then if you're outside of your cooldowns, every 18 seconds you get this nice mini burst window. You just go. There's no real RNG aspect to it. There's not really much setup either, right? Like, these, like, your Strike of the Windlord and your Strike of the Windlord and your Slicing Winds will pretty much line up every time we won at 30s, right? So it's not like you're even having to hold cooldowns for that long. I don't know. It just feels really weird. Which sucks, because I like Shadow Pan as well. I'm a big Shadow Pan fan. I hope Shadow Pan will not be meta, Celestial Conduit is much more fun to play. Right now, Shadow Pan is, like, nowhere near meta. Like, okay, bring up this tier list. If someone was to tell me this tier list was Shadow Pan Windwalker, I would say yes. Let's put it that way. If this was like Shadow Pan Windwalker, then yeah, I'd say it's probably the worst spec in the game. That's how rough I think Shadow Pan Windwalker is at the moment. It's just crazy bad. It just feels it's just really awkward to play as well. It's not what I was expecting. I think in the raid it's actually not too bad. In a weird way, like on bosses where like the boss fights are kind of short, right, and then you get these intermittent ad spawns where flurry strikes are good. It's actually a good damage profile to have for those. In an M+, because you're getting constant packs and stuff, but you're not constantly in your cooldowns, constantly getting flurry strikes off, it's awkward. But in the raid, when you get these intermittent ad spawns, you can set up every time for those, and then you actually pop off. I think it's got a good potential on some boss fights. But M+, I think you'd be doing yourself a disservice, I think, to play it. I'm all for Conduit, prefer it, but I do feel bad for Shadow Pan users. No, I agree. A lot of people don't like Conduit, I know that. A lot of people prefer Shadow Pan because it's the more simpler one to play, or they just enjoy flurry strikes, or they think Conduit's just like a bit much. I feel like last season that was okay to get away with. If you're doing like raiding content and stuff and you're pushing, I don't know if you can get... If live went live tomorrow, right, as it is, I don't know if you can get away with it. Like, I think you'd be doing yourself too much of a disservice. Like, you know what I mean? Which sucks, because I love being able to play Conduit one dungeon and Shadow Pan the next, but right now I probably won't even make a talent page for Shadow Pan unless it's for a very specific raid boss, right? And that's weird. Basically, it feels like, you know how Season 1 was you only play Shadow Pan and you don't play Conduit? Season 2 was you play Shadow Pan and you play Conduit. Season 3 feels like you play Conduit, you don't play Shadow Pan. It feels like we've had one version of each so far. Hopefully they do something to Shadow Pan. And this isn't even counting the changes that they're potentially are making to the tier set. Like, this is still going on the 120 energy, like the actual good iteration of it. If they change it to 150 energy, nerf flurry strikes damage, and the effectiveness, Shadow Pan's like genuinely dead. In that case, I wouldn't even run it on some raid bosses, right? Like, I'm still talking about the good version of Shadow Pan. You know what I mean? Very weird spot right now, and it's just because Conduit's just better. It's just so much better. But Conduit, the Celestial Conduit is also D tier. I mean, it's just tier lists, right? Like, anybody can say anything. I could make a tier list, right? I could make a tier list, right? And I could put I could do whatever I want. So it depends how, like, valuable you think these tier lists are, or how, I guess, legitimate, like, the sources are and stuff like that. Like, how much do you value the person that's making the tier list and stuff? Like, don't get me wrong. This is from Yoda, so, you know, I think he's got a pretty good take on the meta. you know. But I think he's not. I think he's looking at this from a meta perspective and really high M+ keys, right? I don't think he's looking at this from your overall, like, your pugs, your 15s, your 16s. I think he's looking at this from what comp is going to be the comp for next season, if that kind of makes sense. Like what's going to synergize well, stuff like that. So it depends on your perspective. Like, I could make a tier list, right? Anyone can make a tier list and post it online, and then, you know, I could put Frost DK in A+, and put Windwalker in A+, and put Holy Priest in S+. Just don't ask me why, you know? But, I don't know. Like, I've seen so many different tier lists, like, I don't know, like, I've seen, like, Petco's tier list, for instance, has Windwalker in the top 10 specs right now in the game, you know? And that sounds a lot better, right? But how accurate is that? You know, like, it's everybody's got a different tier list, and it depends on, like, I guess the content they do, who they speak to, who they ask for their, like, input on what it is. Like, some people really love their spec and say, yes, it's really amazing right now, you know? Or some people will say, my spec absolutely sucks, you know? So, I don't know. And until, like, you get the actual data, it's really hard to tell. Any new infos? No new infos. There've been no patch notes this. I mean, I'll have a look now, actually. They usually... No. They haven't, like, released anything for this week. It's all dungeons. All of it is dungeons at the moment. And not even that much. I think they changed, like, Halls of Atonement and some other stuff as well, but they barely changed anything this week. It's kind of a weird one. Like, they usually at least post one patch notes every reset, but they posted nothing. I don't know if it's because they did, like, 3 last week, so they were like, damn, we've done a good job. Let's leave it for a bit. Or maybe they want to get, like, a bit more data before they send out their next sets. But nothing has changed. Shadowpan's still bugged as well. So even though they were, like, taking the PTR offline a couple of times since then, they haven't, like, fixed anything like that. So I don't think they've changed much spec-wise. In that regard, anyway. Like, look, like, Shadowpan right now, if I press Storm, Earth, and Fire and then hit it with any ability, it should send out Flurry Strikes. As of right now, it just doesn't do anything right. Even though that ad died, I should have still sent out Flurry Strikes, right? Like it's fundamentally broken. I wouldn't worry about this too much. This will be fixed before live. So this isn't like a reason why Shadowpan's bad or anything. This is just a reason why I don't play it right now, to show you anything with it. It's just so bugged. like the core part of the 4 set is just bugged, which is funny. Feels like there's not really enough time to wait for more data. Yeah, time's running out. I'm surprised they released it. I'm surprised they're releasing it so early. I heard a lot of people say midway through the month, but shit. Almost there. Fun tier lists are the only ones I need. Yeah, hell yeah, fun tier lists. Stick Windwalker at the top of that one. Not Shadowpan though. Conduit's really fun though. It feels like a very rushed patch. Yeah, I think so as well. Like I don't think it's too bad. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's been, like, enough time, but then, like, I feel like the PTR feels like it's been very quick and maybe not, like, enough changes. I don't know. Not even, like, Windwalker. Like, I don't even, like, care about Windwalker changes, because, like, we've had a lot of changes under the hood, which is, like, stuff that hasn't been noticed. But I don't know. I feel like last PTR cycle, it felt, I don't know, maybe I'm just deceiving myself, but it felt like there was a lot more, like, changes constantly. I mean, maybe there has been. I've just been out of the loop. I was away for, like, a couple of weeks. I missed the entire Mystic Touch fiasco. Lol. They wanted it done by Gamescom on the 12th of August. So they can present with it. Potentially. Potentially, there may be, like, oh, it probably has something to do with quarters, right? I mean, it was also weird that they've released it almost the exact same time as MOP, which makes no sense for, like in my mind, it makes no sense from a player perspective, because if I'm a player of the game, I want to play MOP, but I also want to play this as well. I can't really commit to MOP, because by the time this comes out, like, I'm halfway through MOP. I can't really play MOP anymore, right? It's a very weird one. Like, if they release MOP a month earlier, or they release this... Even if they release, like, Season 3, like, 2 weeks later, then that's, like, an entire month of MOP that you can play. I don't know, it feels like they've overlapped in a way, and that's kind of strange. That's why I'm not playing MOP at all. So I was potentially going to play some MOP, just to give it a go, because I never actually played that expansion, but right now I still need to, like, you know, prep my rogue. I need to make these, like, this guide video. Shit, like, it takes time to do all this. I want to play PTR as well. There's just not enough time to actually play MOP. It just overlaps. Maybe it's not too bad, like, just in general. Oh no, I'm dead, aren't I? Hold up. Hold up. Oh, I'm so goated. I expect quick balancing in the first few weeks of the new season. Potentially. Who knows? I'm sure they'll get it right, guys. I'm sure everything will be fine by the time the raid comes out, by the time Mythic Plus comes out. Everything's gonna be fine. Like, we just need to trust. I trust Blizzard. Don't you? Where's the Zen Flight? Zen Flight is in the bin. I literally don't use this button. It's in my spell book. I don't... No. No. Are you running Lighter Than Air? Yeah, I run Lighter Than Air. I always run Lighter Than Air. I used to hate Lighter Than Air in Season 1, and then I played Season 2 and I realized that I am stupid and I should always run Lighter Than Air. Like, I don't know what conceivable reason I wouldn't run this talent. Uh-oh. So that might be a reason why I don't run this talent. But, yeah, I do like Lighter Than Air. Big fan. But yeah, we've done some dungeons today. What the hell is this? Broken items? Get off my screen. Yeah, we've done some dungeons today. I think we're alright. I think we're fine. Honest to God, I think we'll be fine. I'm sure there'll be some sort of tuning still for Windwalker. I want to say 100% guarantee there'll be more tuning, just in the sense that I think they need to work out what they're doing with Shadowpan, which in my mind is technically tuning, whether they decide to commit to the old version or the new version. So even if it's not like anything crazy like damage buffs and stuff, I still class that as tuning, right? So I think they'll do some stuff with us. I just don't know if it will be what people want them to do. But yeah, I'm not sure when I'm going to stream next. I might stream on the weekend. I might not. Definitely not tomorrow. Maybe on Sunday. If I don't stream on Sunday, though, probably it'll be when the next, like, big patch thing comes out. Because next week there'll be all the dungeons and stuff. But in the meantime, I probably need to spend a bit of time on these guide videos, you know? I don't think it's going to be as big as the usual ones, because there's just not that much to talk about. Obviously, there'll be, like, the usual sections, like Shadowpan, how to play it, Conduit, how to play it, talent builds, that sort of jazz, Monk talent tree, that sort of jazz. But, like, a lot of the video actually came from changes that come into the new tier. Like, last season I had loads to cover, you know? Slicing Winds, I feel like I spent, like, 5 minutes talking about Slicing Winds, Chi-Ji, all this jazz. Right now, the only two things I can talk about that are brand new besides tier sets are Vivacious Vivification change and the fact that you can now cast during Spinning Crane Kick. It's like, it just feels, it feels like nothing's changed. Oh well, makes my life easier, I guess. I don't know if it makes the spec feel better, but yeah. Can you still cast CC while channeling? Yeah, you can still cast it during Conduit, and yeah, as Sia said, you can now cast it during Spinning Crane Kick now. So I leg swept during that now. So that's really cool. Not during Fist of Fury though. Please don't cast don't cast anything during Fist of Fury actually. But yeah, during Spinning Crane Kick and Conduit, you can cast CC. Oh, I'm not in my Conduit spec, so I can't show you that. Yikes. And defensives as well. You can cast defensives too. Alright. Good stream. Thank you for all the follows that I missed recently. Thank you for hanging out, and hopefully catch you maybe on the weekend, if not, probably midway through next week. Not too many streams at the moment, but once we get into like the new tier, there'll be like a whole bunch of streams going on. Because obviously new content, M+, raid, splits. Oh my god, he's never going to stop streaming. It's going to be disgusting. So at the moment, just trying to keep it a bit easier, a bit chiller. PTR focused, whilst I work on some videos, you know, in the background. But yeah, if I'm not here on Sunday, I'll definitely, like, the next, wait, don't get twisted. The next time I see a patch notes come up, I'll be streaming either that day or the next day to test out some new stuff, make sure Windwalker's fixed, all that jazz, you know. But yeah, thank you for tuning in on this nice Friday. Well, it's nice where I live. It's sunny for a change. England, innit? Yeah, have a nice weekend, and catch you when I catch you. Bye-bye.